2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello.
Can I see the schedule?
Yes. Hello.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to Bristol. Welcome to Rocket Padel, the venue for UK Padel's latest age group team competition, and the setting yesterday for a successful title defence by Yorkshire's over 40s in the mixed pairs competition. Court 1, which you're looking at right now, witnessed a terrific climax to yesterday's play as the Yorkshire pair of Mike Tolman and Sophie Cousins overcame the Essex pair of Sarah Lockery and Freddie Jenner in a shootout by 10 points to 4 as Yorkshire retained the title they won 12 months ago. Tom Sanders and Susie Azile, the other Yorkshire players involved in that final last night, and Susie is back on court today for our first match of the afternoon. The UK Padel YouTube channel will steer you through the whole of the afternoon session with today's focus on the women's pairs and the men's pairs, titles that Yorkshire went very close to winning in 2024. They almost did the clean sweep 12 months ago, and guess what? They could do the clean sweep once again this time around. Joining me for our opening match is Sally Fisher, who's already played her part in a Yorkshire win this morning, a 2-0 win over Somerset. So Yorkshire, 2 wins from 2 so far in Group 1 of the women's pairs. Their next opponents, as you can see on your screen, are Berkshire. So Yorkshire looking to maintain and extend their 100% record in group play and secure their place in the semi-finals as well. And no doubt Sally will be telling us all about last night's celebrations as well. Good afternoon, Sally.
Good afternoon, Rob. Great to be back here again, and great to see be seeing Yorkshire warming up, ready for their next match against Berkshire, as you can tell. Obviously, our celebrations had to be quite subdued. We had outdoor pizza and pasta, pack in the carbohydrates. Absolutely, and we were obviously delighted with that result. So, but today's a new day. We're just finishing up. This is the last of the group matches. The last match both for Berkshire and Yorkshire, so this will be fun to watch. Yes,
it should be a good match, and just to put you in the picture further, I mentioned those 2 wins for Yorkshire already. They beat the Channel Islands 2-0 in their opener. I mentioned the 2-0 win against Somerset earlier on today as well. Somerset, though, have won 1 match. They beat Berkshire in a shootout, so that went their way. So 2 defeats from 2 so far for Berkshire, and the Channel Islands also beating Berkshire 2-0 in their other match. So we have a situation where Yorkshire need to win just to guarantee top spot, but it's tight in terms of the other places. It's still up for grabs. Anything could still happen. Berkshire out of the running, though, with that 2 defeats so far. So that's the state of play as far as Group 1 is concerned. Let's just take a look at the 2 players, or the 2 pairs, I should say. Sally, just talk us through the Yorkshire lineup first of all.
Yes, so we have as our first pair today Susie Azuli. As you said, she played brilliantly yesterday in the mix, and she's teaming up this afternoon with Gilly Smale. Fabulous player, very experienced Yorkshire player. She was part of the over 50s team as well. So it'll be great to see. They haven't played many tournaments together, so it'll be interesting to see their fitting together today. So, but I'm sure they'll make a great partnership.
Yeah, and for Berkshire we have Megan Emmett and also Kerry Griffiths as well. So that's the Berkshire partnership. Kerry Griffiths, I've been given a bit of background information. She plays at a club in Maidenhead, and she's a very extensive user of the double-handed backhand as well. I'm reliably informed as well. So just something to watch out for in terms of the strategy and in terms of how the match might develop in the early stages of this one. But it looks as though it's going to be Yorkshire to start things off. They have the balls in their hand as they make their way to this near side. The team right in front of you, the bottom of your screen there. Yorkshire wearing white, Berkshire wearing the lilac colours today. I think we can call it lilac. Yeah, it's a good description. Yeah, I think we're spot on with that. And Kerry's a really top tennis competitor as well, so she's going to have a great competitor's mindset for this match. Okay, so we are underway in our first streamed match of the afternoon. The UK Padel YouTube channel is the place to be. Like I say, some big titles to be determined over the course of this Super Sunday. The women's pairs, Yorkshire looking to make it a clean sweep. As I mentioned, they went close to winning that clean sweep 12 months ago. They've already retained the mixed title. Can they go one step further in the women's and the men's? That was just long on the overhead, on that left-handed overhead smash. Yeah, Susie stepping in nicely there with the serve and volley down the middle. That serve plus one combination really catching the eye on that occasion. That was an excellent serve as well, just to back it up. So Yorkshire have just suddenly turned on the gas in the last couple of points. They've eased themselves into a nice position in this opening game. Off the top of the frame, that one. So Berkshire with an opportunity to make things slightly more difficult for Yorkshire. Just in terms of, I mean, you've been on court today. It was a very sultry Saturday. Is it a much cooler Sunday for you?
It's interesting, actually. We all found it extremely humid today. Although it's cooler, it's more humid. So, yeah, I think but it's a good playing environment, and everyone's enjoying, because of the warmth and the humidity. Muscles are long, so it's good. A good environment, and the ball's responding nicely.
Well, no damage done. A fairly comfortable hold of serve in the end for Yorkshire. They come through their opening service game. By the way, myself and the team can also testify and provide testament as to how sticky and humid it is in here. We had a little knock-up earlier on this court. We were just waiting patiently for this match to start, and we thought, well, why not get out there and give it a go? We're all wearing normal attire. We're not kitted out like these players are, and it was good fun. One or two things were learned and one or two things were picked up. I think I would call myself a learning curve of a player. Tentative baby steps have been taken in my paddle career, so we'll see how we go. I was very impressed with the other three, though, the sound and vision guys alongside me. That's a lovely little stop volley there. That just killed it. Just beyond the reach of Team Berkshire. Just wide of that centre line. It wasn't too far away, but it is a second serve.
Berkshire just hanging a little back from the net there, which made that recovery off Gillies Bahada a bit more difficult.
Yeah, again, the miss hit off the top of the bat. These things do happen.
Absolutely, they do, and you often find at the beginning of a match you're just finding a range, finding your target, so she'll be fine.
Well, that was an exquisite backhand volley actually on the cross court. Really stayed low over the net, and consequently it was a very difficult pick-up, and it was into the wire as well, so nice angled approach of attack from Berkshire, and yeah, nice hold of serve actually. So both teams conceding a couple of points on serve, but both coming through their opening service games relatively comfortably, so one apiece in the early stages of this one. Yorkshire back on serve, this time with Gillian Smale on serve.
So Gilly prefers to play traditional on service. You'll see a lot of players playing Australian, but this is Gilly's preference because she does play both sides of the court.
And just for the newcomers out there, the uninitiated, if you could just expand on what you mean by traditional as opposed to Australia.
So Gilly will serve one serve from the right and then switch to the left court and serve from there and stay there after she's served. Whereas in paddle, a lot of players, they stick to the one side that they're playing from.
That was a good attempt, unlucky. Well, Berkshire with 3 break points in the blink of an eye here. Problems for Yorkshire. That's one of them saved. Yeah, well played. Just gradually waited for that opportunity to open up, and yeah, once Gilly was sort of stretching and leaning and off balance, it was always likely that she would be passed, and Berkshire certainly made the most of that opportunity, and they've secured the early break in the early stages of this opening set. But Yorkshire trailing by 2-1 as they look to make it 3 wins out of 3 in Group 1. So as I mentioned earlier, Channel Islands and Somerset, the other 2 teams in this group. We have 3 groups in the women's pairs. The 3 group winners and also the best of the second place teams will go through to the semi-finals. So that will be something that will have to be ironed out a little bit later. I think it's a little bit too early to start looking at potentials in terms of the best runner-up slot. But yeah, Berkshire have a fighting chance here to make progress.
Yeah, so what we saw there, I think, is the competition experience from Kerry. She knew when to really put the pressure on, and technically she was able to as well. You'll notice she's a left-hander, and I think that has influenced there's a couple of overheads. The spin is different. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that was one that scraped the wall. It was an awkward pickup as well. But yeah, in comes this left-handed serve. We talk about it in tennis quite a lot, don't we? The awkward lefty serve. Is that the case in paddle as well?
Yes, and it's compounded by the fact that if it then hits the glass, it's spinning differently than if you'd put a right-handed spin onto the glass.
And there was a
perfect example.
Classic example, bang on cue. Brilliant stuff. Yeah, Sally saw that one coming, and Berkshire looking to make further strides here.
A nicely played point there.
Yeah, turned inside out by the bounce off the wall, the side wall and the back wall, and it stayed rather low, as did that. And that was an excellent service game all round. There was plenty to like about that one, and Berkshire have kept that scoreboard ticking over. They lead by 3-1, and just a little bit of an exchange of words there between the Yorkshire pair. She read the bounce off the wire very well, actually. It was a difficult one, as they all are, but it came back almost off the post. It was a little bit straight. It came back at a more of an acute angle, and she read it well. Yeah, they are such difficult shots to retrieve, aren't they, when you're chasing back and it's going low anyway. And when it hits those corners, it can be a brutal response.
Yeah. That was a good response though from Yorkshire there. Berkshire have really got off to a flying start here, playing very well together. So it'll be interesting to see how Yorkshire respond to this.
Oof. Yep. It was out. It was a little bit overzealous on the overhead, and Yorkshire will have to watch their step here. 30 all, serving at 1-3. They're a breakdown. I don't think really they're in the position where they can afford to go a second breakdown, because Berkshire are playing well. They've grown into this match nicely.
There we have the double-handed backhand coming through the middle.
Yeah, we previewed it at the start of the match. Yeah, Kerry plays at the same club as the one of our admin team, who's doing the scoring this weekend. Knows her very well. He gave me a debrief this morning ahead of play, told me what to expect. Maybe I should have passed it on to the Yorkshire team as well, because Yorkshire are up against it in this opening set. It's another point on the scoreboard. It's another game on the scoreboard for Berkshire. It's a double breaker serve, and they're 2 away from the opening set. They lead by 4-1.
Yeah, good start for Berkshire. Susie and Gilly just having a little discussion there. They'll be trying to work out, okay, what tactics do we need to now employ to change the rhythm and the momentum of this? So let's look and see what they change, what they do differently.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup, isn't it? I don't think Yorkshire will be in a position where they're certainly... Sometimes in tennis, for example, and certain players as well, you can almost see them thinking, well, OK, this set has gone, let's put this to one side and let's move on and think about the second set. I don't think that's the case just yet with Yorkshire by any stretch of the imagination.
Correct. A Yorkshire player will never do
they're
that.
fighters, and they'll keep on going here until it's a done deal. You know, sometimes players do perhaps think about energy conservation, think, well, OK, let's let this one go.
With paddle being such a momentum game, the momentum truly can shift at 4-1 down.
Yeah.
You can take the set 6-4 even, or 7-5.
That was an excellent serve. That seemed to just gather momentum as it zipped off the surface. It stayed very low as well. Really chopping into that first serve as well. That's one of the features. And there was some evidence of that in the second play as well. And Berkshire, again, very quickly have opened up a 40-love lead here on serve. Let's just see if the serve is at a similar approach here. A bit deeper on this occasion. Perilously close to the line, but it stayed in. And Berkshire have really asserted their authority in this first set now. That is a hold to love, and that is further encouragement for the Berkshire team. All smiles on faces at the moment.
Yeah, this is a dream start to the set for Berkshire. They've played really well.
Yorkshire serving to stay in the set at 1-5. It's Gillian Smale on serve. And again, it was right on the toes. She is the taller player, or tallest player on the court right now, is Gillian as well. And maybe that's something to look at. It's often more difficult for a taller player to have the agility to get down to the toes and dig it out from deep beneath the feet.
Yeah, can be more difficult. They're certainly targeting the feet of both players, but Gilly is very agile and super fit, so she'll be now anticipating that shot might be coming.
I mean, she has a quite a big wingspan as well in terms of the reach that she's got.
Yeah, she's got superb reach.
Oh, that
was
play.
Beautiful.
That's a
well
wonderful
played.
passage of play. That is really good combination stuff, and also good communication as well. There wasn't much of a shout, but there was clearly a dynamic going on there, and it was scooped up and over, and it cleared the net by a fraction, and it was down the middle. Good serve in response, though, to keep Yorkshire ticking over. 3 break points, one of them has been saved. 1 down, 2 to go. Yeah.
2 down, 1 to go.
2 down, 1 to go. Wasn't too far away. It was
No,
an
it was
opportunity
close.
for Berkshire to wrap it up there and then. I think they would like to wrap it up here and now as well. I don't think they'll want to take too many chances. They've got plenty in hand, but yeah, they'd like to wrap it up here if possible, and they have wrapped it up here because they have converted the 3rd break point and the 3rd set point as well. And that was a dream start for the team from Berkshire. They've run away with that first set. I think Yorkshire just in the end left themselves with far too much to do in that final game, and Berkshire made full advantage, and they've taken the opening set by 6 games to 1.
Yeah.
Nice stuff.
Fantastic set from Berkshire. We've got Natalie Gill, the team captain, now coming over to talk to the Yorkshire pair. They'll have a good chat about what's going on, and they'll look to be totally changing the feel, obviously, of the game. I mean, Berkshire was so dominant. They also were working really nicely together as a pair, the Berkshire pair.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the dynamic, as I say, between them. Like I say, there's not a lot of shouting going on between them in terms of the communication, but they seem to have this understanding and just the subtle looks here and there. And yeah, it's been good to watch so far, and it is a good combination. I think there's a lot to be said for this left-handed element of it as well. When you have a left and right combination, I think it obviously sometimes it's not always the perfect marriage, but I think sometimes there's a lot to be said for it. You look at the Bryan brothers in tennis, one left hand. I mean, they have that twin telepathy for a start off, that helps, but yeah, the fact that one of them played left-handed and one right-handed added to that potency they had, and I think there's a lot to be said for it sometimes. Anyway, let's see how the second set pans out. Berkshire serving first, having taken the opener by 6 games to 1. It's Megan Emmett serving first in this second set, and that
Superb
was
serve.
superb. So I was
Straight
going
into
to
the
say,
glass.
misjudged on the return, but I think there was just too much on the serve, really, more than anything.
Yeah, lot of spin.
That's just long. We've got a good view of this service line on the cross court.
Well picked up by Gilly there the first time, but it's hard then to do it on the second one. So that was a really good choice from Megan as to where
you just
to
knew
put
that
the
was
ball.
coming as well, couldn't you? The fact that once that first retrieval had been made, you always sensed that that was going to be a line of attack for the Berkshire team, and so it proved to be. It was an awkward kick up off the wire mesh initially as well, which Yorkshire did well to deal with. It really did kick up quite a lot, and there was an adjustment made there as well. We have a slight break in play, just maybe a slight distraction going on at the back of the court.
Yeah, the light on for the cameraman was just distracting them.
So, Berkshire going well in this second set. It is 40 love, if that's what they're debating. I imagine that is what they're debating.
I think so, yes.
We could just intervene and clear things up, maybe. I think they're happy with the state of play. Anyway, 40 love, Berkshire on serve. Yeah, we're into the left-hand side of the court for the fourth point. So it looks okay. That one is a double fault, though, for... for Megan Emmett. So 40-15. I don't think the delay did her any favours there. There was obviously that break in play, and maybe that proved significant. Anyway, maybe no damage done in the end. Although, I say that, there's another point given away, conceded rather cheaply.
I was just about to say, let's see if Yorkshire can make this a change of momentum moment sometimes. But we'll see. That was definitely a biased comment from me.
Yeah, they had an earlier opportunity to put Yorkshire under pressure with a similar attempt on the lob. They couldn't quite pull it out of the bag on that occasion, but they did on this occasion, and the overhead was into the net. And yeah, in the end, it could have been a lot smoother for Berkshire, but they get the job done, and they get the opening game on the scoreboard as well. So they lead by a set and a game to love. Yorkshire did threaten a mini fight back there, but all to no avail.
They did. Susie will be looking for more overheads coming her way. One of her big weapons is a smash. Now, whether they've caught wind of that, because Susie's had very few opportunities to execute on her biggest weapon.
Yeah.
And I think it's really changed the dynamic of the match.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sound observation. Let's see how things pan out now in this second game. With Susie on serve for the Yorkshire pair. The Yorkshire men in action in our other venue ongoing this weekend over at another club in Bristol called Surge. So that's another measure of how big this tournament is, the fact that we need a double venue setup. I'll be hoping to be in action later here on our main show court for the culmination of the men's pairs as well, but right now our focus is on Yorkshire's women, who are in a spot of bother against Berkshire. Yeah, I don't think Yorkshire can afford to suffer any setbacks in the early stages of this second set. They need to stay in control for as long as they can.
Absolutely. I know yesterday we talked about scoreboard pressure. They've absolutely got to stay at least with Berkshire, if not edge ahead early on in this set.
Oh, great lob.
Super
brilliant
movement into the net and drop shot there into the cage.
Yeah, the initial pickup as well. That's where the initial damage was done. That was a terrific pickup by Susie. And yeah, what followed was even better.
Yeah, absolutely. Super pickup, and then she followed it into the net. So excellent.
Gillian was just a little bit short on the initial lobbed approach as well. That's where the tide turned in that one. Berkshire were able just to get on top from that moment on. That one was awkward but well dealt with. And that one is into the... that one has nearly knocked someone's cup of tea over, actually. So almost some damage done in the...
Yeah, we've got the Lancashire lads about to throw it back into court. Good to see them here. So it's a county that's been slow to get many courts, so it's wonderful to see the Lancashire teams here.
Yeah, nicely played. It was a close one, but...
So we're seeing now Susie just targeting the backhand of Megan. Let's see how that starts to play out.
Really well played. They did a really good job of keeping Berkshire held back for the early stages of that rally, and then when Berkshire came forward, that's where they invited the error almost, just lured them into that situation where they could take advantage. It was just long or just out on that occasion. Berkshire still have a break point to save here. Yorkshire beginning to turn the screw. Excellent lob once again. That's called out, yep. And despite the initial slice of fortune on the net cord, Berkshire couldn't take full advantage, and Yorkshire have managed to find a way through in the early stages of this second set as they look to claw their way back into this match. And let's face it, they've got some good experience of shootouts this weekend as well, so if it does go the distance, they will fancy their chances. But this is a bit more like it from Yorkshire. They're moving in the right direction once again as they look to find a way back into this one. 2-1 they lead with the break.
Absolutely, the last two games have been very impressive from Yorkshire. Berkshire still playing well, but you could see that they were just feeling much more pressure, and there was more intentional targeting on specific, like the backhand of Megan's, for example. So let's see if they can keep the pressure on now with Gilly to serve.
Yep. Well, one of our team has just popped next door to see the state of play, so maybe some news from next door incoming very shortly as Yorkshire get ready for their latest service game. It's Gillian Smale on serve, serving at 2-1 with the break in this second set. Just wide on that reversed backhand cross-quarter. And is it good news from next door?
It's good news for Yorkshire.
Good news for you, I should say.
It's Yorkshire on the second quarter, a set and 2-1 up. And that's Sophie Cousins and Helen Cowrick playing against.
Yes, so a set and 2-1 for Yorkshire next door. So things going well on court 2 for them. Things getting better on court 1, but Berkshire still in the ascendancy here. As Yorkshire look to...
That was a good put away.
Consolidate this break of serve that they have. Sorry, Sally, did I?
No, absolutely, they do. A break isn't a break unless you hold the next serve.
Well, that's it. It's worth absolutely nothing unless you back it up, but Yorkshire going the right way about it so far. 40-15 on the Smale serve. That was a very deep serve, wasn't it, as well? That was where the initial pressure was applied, and they were on the front foot from the word go in that one, and they have consolidated that break, so they have made the most of it. They have this little bit of daylight now in this second set. They lead 3-1, and you just sense maybe there's a slight change of emphasis in this match now. Berkshire just beginning to feel a little bit hot under the collar for the first time in this one. Yeah, well
Beautifully put away by Gillian. There's super rally from both teams, actually, but Yorkshire applying the pressure nicely.
Yeah, it was Gillian Smale with that cross-court angled backhand on the reverse. It was really well executed, right into the corners as well. That's right into the corners as well.
That was a lovely lob from Susie.
Could not have planted that one any better, really. You're looking to get your opponents under pressure, forcing them back, but when you get them into those deep-lying corners, it's, well, like trying to escape from a high-security prison. Oh, that was close. I thought that was maybe a candidate for just clipping the back of the line. It looked good to me from here, I have to say.
Well picked up and followed up from the cage by Gilly. Fantastic.
Yeah. I mentioned off air just before we started play today as well about my history as a line judge, and the reflexes on the eyes just came back there momentarily for me. It's something I don't do anymore. Of course, it's a dying art now with technology taking over, but my eyes seem to be trained still on white lines and yellow balls. Still seem to have this reaction just to call everything.
Yeah, so that was unfortunate for Berkshire then, that about that line call.
Well, that is a candidate for points of the match so far. There was plenty to admire about that one. The initial play, cross-court, I'm not sure how convincing that was. It didn't look the cleanest of hits when it went cross-court. It was a little bit spongy from Susie, but Yorkshire coming through in the end anyway, and yeah, looking much better for them now because they have a 4-1 lead. They're about to serve for a potential 5-1 lead as well, so yeah, things looking much rosier in the Yorkshire garden, and once again Natalie Gill has come over for a little exchange of words, and yeah, the mood looks a little bit brighter, doesn't it, Sally?
It really does, and physically on the court they just look like they're just a little bit more at ease, and obviously starting to feel the confidence. And we've seen a few of Susie's overhead smashes and opportunities coming into play now, and Jill is playing superbly on those pickups. Her long arms and long reach, that's really paid off in that last game.
Yeah, we touched upon that earlier, and it begins, or looks as though it's beginning to bear some fruit for Yorkshire, but yeah, not there yet, but 2 games away from taking us into a Champions tiebreak. Yorkshire serving at 4-1, and it's Susie on serve. Susie Azule.
Susie will be looked to be following up. We saw it a little bit in her previous service game, serve +1, with the +1 being a strong deep volley or a smash.
Yeah, frustration beginning to creep in for Berkshire. The backhand was hit the tape of the net. Ooh, a little slip there. You just saw the trailing leg just taken away slightly by the dusting that we have on the surface.
But also it was a super backhand return.
Well, it was, yeah. I mean, that's not taking anything
Perry.
away from the actual return.
That one has a nice increase of speed from Megan there that just made it difficult for Gilly to read early.
Yeah, at times she is generating a lot of bat speed on that backhand at times as well. It is a weapon at times. It's worked out well for her in the main. Yorkshire with a game point here for 5-1. And still good. Yeah, that's drifting.
That was a very nice bandeja from Megan, nicely paced. It just made it difficult for Susie after the turn to be getting it back into the court. Clever shot.
So golden point, receiver's choice, and yeah, it's the
huge golden point
the
here
left-hander
for Yorkshire
taking on the return of serve. Sailed long, and Yorkshire convert the golden point, and they convert that into a 5-1 lead as well. It looks as though we are heading into a Champions tiebreak to determine the outcome of this one. Play continues on court 2, where Yorkshire were leading by a set, and they had a game advantage in the second as well. We'll try and get an update on that one for you very shortly. But here on court 1, things starting to turn Yorkshire's way, certainly in this set. Berkshire serving to stay in the second at 1-5. Second serve. Right on the toes again, right in that channel where things have proved awkward.
In the first set, she was executing that a few times, and it paid dividends. So she'll be looking to return to that.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of open court to work with there. OK, they covered the ground in the end of Yorkshire, but I thought there was a lot to work with there for the Berkshire team, and they get the point anyway. Well, again, that was just slightly off the top of the racket, top of the bat, and yeah, nowhere near the sweet spot. That's why it went long by some distance. Yeah, that found the sweet spot all right. That was an excellent put away.
Yeah, and Gilly just struggling to find either the body or the backhand of Kerry. 2 or 3 drifting to her forehand, where she's very dangerous there and towards the net. It's hard when there's a lot of spin or heaviness to the ball to get it exactly where you want it.
Well, it was.
But she did it nicely there.
Yeah, it was another deep serve. I've been impressed with the range and the consistency on the depth of this serve by Kerry. It's been one of her features of the game, certainly, but unable to make the most of it or capitalise on it there. There we see another
beautiful serve. Yeah,
beautiful serve, plenty of depth and plenty of width, crucially as well on that one. And yeah, it stayed low, and well, Berkshire keep themselves ticking over just about in this second set. 2-5 as they look to make a threat in this second set, but Yorkshire will return very shortly to, from their point of view, hopefully serve it out at 5-2. But this is it now for Yorkshire. This is where they really have to just make sure that their levels don't dip and make sure that they can just maintain this rhythm that they've started to establish in the main over the past 7 games or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Gilly will be looking to keep the serve deep, probably fast. She'll probably speed up the serve slightly, I think, in this.
Yeah, Gillian Smale back on serve, starting with a first serve fault into the net. Saley. No, it's unfortunate from Berkshire's point of view. It was a great return of serve. Really put Yorkshire on the back foot. It really just was one of those deep returns that just clipped the turf before it found the wall, and Yorkshire responded well there. That's an excellent drive down the line as well. Good attempt to just cushion that one back over, but far too much pace on that one. 15-30, problems here for Yorkshire. Good lob again. Ooh, unlucky. Good line of approach, good line of attack from Gillian Smale.
Yeah, and showing her agility there was difficult. She'd had to, pushed into the corner, turned to get the angle. Well executed.
Just a little bit, maybe a rush of blood there for Susie. And Berkshire in possession of a break point. Oh, again.
Well played, Gilly.
very, very similar, wasn't it, to the way she just scooped that one up and over before. But this time she was doing it on the turn, slightly on the spin as well. Almost a blind shot in many respects, but she angled it so nicely, and it was one of those that was just so difficult to respond to because it just dipped so low and there was just enough on it to make life difficult. Break point has been saved.
Set point now.
And that has drifted wide. It was one of those, it was difficult to read from this position, but Yorkshire have the point. They've converted the golden point and they've converted it into a second set leveller as well. Berkshire taking the opener by 6-1, but Yorkshire have hit back. They were under pressure there, though. It could so easily have been 5-3, but they've come through it to take the second set by 6-2.
Absolutely. Showed great mental strength to close that off, not make the second set more complicated. And now they'll just be regrouping and getting clear about their strategy going into the championship tiebreak third set.
So, as I said, Yorkshire with some good recent history, some good recent form in shootouts and deciders, not necessarily this partnership, but in terms of what they've been doing this weekend. Just, by the way, that final point, how close was that to being in? Because you've got a slightly better view cross-court from here.
I thought it was very close to being in.
Yeah, it looked close to me, but you're slightly better positioned than I am, and it was difficult to read. It was close, but it was good enough for Yorkshire, and into the champions tiebreak we go. Berkshire on strike first. That was very close to the centre service line, but on we go. Oh, well, that was great agility and great reactions. I think, are we debating now whether the serve was good?
I'm not. Oh, well, they're going back.
I think they may be playing. Are we playing a let or are we playing a first serve?
They'll play a let now.
Well, Yorkshire have got the point. I mean, I said at the time that it was very close to that centre service line, but they carried on. And I just thought maybe in paddle, just quickly, if you can explain, when there is a situation like that where the point has evolved, would it be a let or would it be back to the first serve, whatever happens?
When I said let, they go back to the first serve let.
Yeah, like in tennis. Thank you. Just to clarify that one for anybody joining us for the first time, watching paddle for the first time. If you are, hope you're enjoying it. I trust you are. It's been a terrific weekend so far on the UK Paddle YouTube channel. Yorkshire have the early initiative and the early advantage in this champions tie break. They have the full break, not just the mini break, but they have 3 points on the scoreboard without reply. Berkshire need to, well, get into some sort of a stride here quickly. And yeah, unforced errors like that will not do them any good whatsoever. That was
and great defence from Gilly.
Yeah.
Well, do really well.
I thought, yeah, they need to make the most of those sorts of situations from love 3 or from 0-3 in the champions tiebreak. They've got the point on serve there. However, that was I've got to say, a perfectly positioned serve. 4-1 now on the Yorkshire serve. Yeah, well played. Again, penned into a corner, played it well off the back wall. That's all she could do. But from that moment on, you always felt as though Berkshire were going to be on top. We have this situation now where they were 4-0 down, but it's now 4-2, and yeah, just something to work with as we have our first change of ends in this champions tiebreak.
Absolutely.
Every 6 points. Now, play has concluded over on court 2. Yorkshire did win the first set of that one. They were in the ascendancy in the second set. It looks as though, I imagine given the amount of time that's been played, that Yorkshire have finished it there and then. But anyway, we'll clear that one up if we can in due course. Let's just focus on this tie-break here and now. Great put away from Berkshire.
Yeah, great shot from Kerry.
So this is getting interesting now, and it's 4-3, and yeah, that was a key point. 2 serves to come. We're back on serve now, effectively. Berkshire with...
So just trying.
Yes, I was going to say, I was trying to think back as well, and yeah, they've got it right. But yeah, 2 serves to come at 3-4. Ooh. Yeah, just that moment of hesitation down in the bottom, wasn't it? Down the middle, there was just that little breakdown of communication. They've lost the point, and Berkshire have pulled off 4 without reply, so very much back in it. Never take anything for granted in a champions tiebreak. 4-0 becomes 4 apiece. Oh, and it's, yeah, one of those that just zipped away, and she misjudged that one, did Gilly.
So this is going to be really important now. We've got Susie's serve. Important point coming up.
Ooh, not by much, but it was just onto the glass first. Maybe, yeah, she's reflecting on that now, maybe thinking, maybe I should have maybe taken a step back and been a little bit more conservative, but the opportunity was there. And like I say, when you have that momentum in points, it can be so tempting to go in for it. The glass has been rattled there by the bat of Megan Emmett.
Excellent 2 points for Yorkshire. Tough couple for Berkshire there.
On serve though, 5-6. That's wide of the mark, and it's 7-5 to Yorkshire now. They've converted that little mini break. One more serve to come from Berkshire after this change of ends. But this is where Yorkshire can make their move. They get the mini break here, or get the or seal the full break, turn it into an 8-5 lead, and then 2 serves to come. And that could be significant for them.
Sounds so easy when you just say it.
Well, it does. I mean, but this is where Yorkshire can really make their move. This is where, these are the key moments now. This is where Berkshire might just be feeling the pressure. That was a
full focus now.
Devastatingly low serve. Ah, yes, well played.
Both Yorkshire players there. Keeping Berkshire.
Yeah, they were 6-5 in front, but they've capitalised fully on the Berkshire serve there. 8-5, 2 serves to come. It could be here and now for Yorkshire. Ooh, but it was one of those where she sort of leaned into it a little bit. Maybe I just allowed that one to drop a little bit too low. Maybe the ball was that little bit in front of her rather than being underneath it a bit more. Difficult to size up. Just long on that first serve from Gilly Smale. The tide turns once again. 1 point for Yorkshire on their serve, 1 point for Berkshire on the Yorkshire serve. 9-6, so 3 match points here for Yorkshire. Berkshire with it all to do. They're going to have to win 5 on the spin. Well, there's one of them. Remember,
it looks like the Yorkshire men have arrived.
Yep. To provide a little bit of support. Yeah, you can see them standing courtside. Still have 2 match points. And this time it's converted. What a match point. Real heart-in-mouth stuff for Team Yorkshire, and a terrific point to end things as well. A real high-calibre encounter, a really high-quality encounter as well. Some really high-tariff shots played in that final exchange as well. But Sally is all smiles alongside me. A good win for Yorkshire, and 3 wins out of 3 in the group.
Yes, that's a fantastic result for Yorkshire. And also nice to be challenged so much by Berkshire at the end to complete the trio. So, yeah.
Yep. So
great result for Yorkshire.
Good news from next door as well. So Yorkshire winners yesterday in the mixed pairs, going very nicely indeed in the women's pairs as well. Semi-final action, of course, later on for the Yorkshire women. The men have arrived as well, as Sally said. So, yeah, which suggests. Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's a safe assumption. We'll try and wrap up that in due course. But for here and now, a win for Yorkshire against Berkshire. They've taken it on the champions tiebreak by 10 points to 7. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Rocket Padel in Bristol, and it's semi-final time on Super Sunday in the women's pairs. And our attention on Court 1 will be focused on Essex and Sussex. Essex, the winners of Group 2 against the winners of Group 3, Sussex. Both teams coming through their respective campaigns with 3 wins out of 3, although both did have to come through one sudden death encounter, one champions tiebreak along the way. Essex overcoming Kent in their final game in the deciding format, and Sussex coming through a very tense encounter against Surrey as well. But apart from that, Sussex had a comfortable win against Suffolk and Wiltshire without dropping a set, and also likewise, or dropping a rubber I should say, and likewise Essex beating Gloucestershire 2-0 and a 2-0 win over Devon. So very similar passages through to the semi-finals for these two teams. Earlier on this Sunday, by the way, earlier on today I should say, we saw Yorkshire overcome Berkshire in a rubber decided by a champions tiebreak on this court, as Yorkshire made it 3 wins from 3 in Group 1. They'll be taking part in the other semi-final. But Essex, a team beaten in the final of the mixed pairs yesterday, looking to go at least, or hopefully one better from their point of view in the women's pairs this afternoon. They have to negotiate this semi-final first of all. But it's the 2 players who took part in that mixed pairs final yesterday that are representing Essex in this one. Sarah Lockery and her partner Jane Lau, nearest to you at the bottom of your screen. And representing Sussex this afternoon, we have Karen Hazard and Lucy Wade. Delighted to say that alongside me, Rob Malarkey, this afternoon is Sussex player Michelle Collins. Good afternoon, Michelle.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the commentary arena. It's great to have you here. Obviously, lots of insight into the Sussex team and how your weekend has been so far. But I mean, first and foremost, how would you assess the weekend so far for the whole of the Sussex team?
It's been a good one. Yeah, we've had a couple of good wins today in the playoffs, and the last match we played against Surrey, we had a really tight finish on the tiebreak. So yeah, no, I think that we've played a good weekend so far. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one being a good one. We got the pair back together again, so Karen and Lucy there are regular pairs together, so they'll be really comfortable with that. Although they played very well just now when they split and then came back together for the tie-break. So, yeah, good move. So
how much turnaround time have they had in between the group stage and this one?
Well, probably about 40 minutes, actually. Okay. So, yeah, no, we've done all right. For the scheduling's been good. Yeah, really good. I think it helps having the guys down the road because it's given a bit more free court time here.
A bit more leeway here.
Yeah, I think it has. It's a shame we haven't been able to watch a lot of the guys' matches, but yeah, no, it's nice to have a bit more time.
Well, it's a consequence, I suppose, of having such a well-attended event and a popular tournament. It's
I remember the first year we did it, it was really busy and we were only here, and I think one of the matches, the last mixed doubles final, went on about 9 o'clock on the Sunday. We didn't get back till about 2 o'clock in the morning, so I think they've got it sussed now.
How well do you know this Essex pair, Jane Lau and Sarah Lockery?
I don't know Jane. I know I've seen Sarah just about at every tournament that I've ever been to, either watching. My daughter plays some good paddle and she's been playing some grade 2s and 1s, and they Sarah's often there. Essex have got such a strong team overall. They have a big depth of players, but yeah, we normally find ourselves in a good strong position at Sussex actually. We've got some nice players, so yeah, it'll be interesting.
And just a quick one about the development of paddle in Sussex itself. Roughly how many centres or hubs do you have in Sussex?
Well, I believe at the latest count we're getting up to about 70 courts, which is pretty amazing considering when I started in 2018 there was just the one court at the Triangle Centre. No, that's not true. Rye had a court, and one of our players on the second team over there, Vic Lowe, she plays at Rye, and they had a court a long time ago. Then we had the Paddle Hub arrive, and I've just opened up as head coach down at a centre at the rugby club at Haywards Heath, which is called Mid Sussex Paddle, which we literally opened about 6 weeks ago, with a couple of nice canopy courts. Shout out to the rugby club. But yeah, so it is getting... I think we're pretty well established for paddle in Sussex.
Yeah, it's good to hear. And of course, it's a big week coming up in Sussex as well for Eastbourne, the women's tour event there. Devonshire Park, does that have a paddle facility?
No, it doesn't. But the nearest one to Devonshire Park now is Saffron's down in Eastbourne, and there's Saddlescombe Golf Club as well over that way. You don't have to go a bit north into Kent. You've got Ashford have opened as well. So there's a lot of paddle in the area, and we don't go very far to get to the M25 where there's a lot of paddle in Surrey.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we're really lucky.
Good to hear. Good to hear. So things looking promising for Sussex, not just in terms of this weekend, but in terms of the future moving forward as well. Like I say, then we are into the semi-finals then of the women's pairs. These two teams, the winner of Group 2, Essex, against the winner of Group 3, Sussex. It will be Sussex to start things off. It looks as though it's going to be Karen Hazard who will serve first as well. She has the balls in her hand. So let's see how things shape up in the early stages of this one. Essex looking to reach another final this weekend. Went close last night against Yorkshire in that mixed pairs, losing that sudden death shootout. These two players, Sarah Lockery and Jane Lau, were involved in that final. Essex looking to perhaps make amends in the women's pairs.
Oh. That's a nice start.
Yep, and well, again, you don't have to be an expert lip reader to gauge the reaction of Sarah Lockery there. She knows exactly what she thought of that.
Yeah.
But 30 love Sussex in the opening game.
Oh, that was,
Well,
that was a loose one.
Yeah, off the top of the bat there. That's why it skewed off into the fence. So a little bit of a foothold, a little bit of a route back into this opening game for the Essex partnership. Now,
few nerves there, I think, at the beginning.
$30 Yeah, did the right thing by just letting that one drop. Sometimes players can just build up a head of steam and get carried away, but no problem there. That was the right way forward, getting that one out.
It's nice to knock it out of the park.
Yeah. I mean, a winner is a winner, but sometimes when you put that emphasis on it, it can really settle you down. And as you say, maybe just what they needed there, just to settle them into this one a little bit more. Still work to do here on this opening service game as the overhead goes through the legs of
that lob wasn't quite deep enough. She's got to get a little bit more depth on that lob, take the net. You're always looking to take the net in this game.
So golden
Lucy
point.
didn't quite get that.
Yeah, golden point in our opening game. It's Sarah Lockery who will take the receive. That's just wide of that service line, that centre service line. Second serve. Oh, it was close again. And that one is into the wall, so that's out, and that is an early break of serve. And
yeah, they got to steady up a bit. They had 30 love on that game, and I think at that point it's a case of just a lot of grinding it down the middle and not getting too excited.
yeah, so despite what the scoreboard might say, it was the opening game to Essex.
Yeah, opening game, yeah.
Just a slight moment of confusion there. Just had to double check with the scoreboard operators, but yeah, we're back to normality now. Essex with that early break, and they lead by 1 game to love. So Sarah Lockery on serve first of all for the Essex team. Elsewhere, by the way, we have another Essex pair and another Sussex pair taking part in the second rubber. That's ongoing next door. We'll keep you updated on that one. The Sussex team involved in that, Victoria Lowe and Petra Sedova. And also we have Louise Baker and Helen Crook representing Essex in that one. So that's ongoing right now over on court 2. Here on court 1, Essex with the early advantage.
That's a nice cross-court shot from Karen. She's really good at looking for those short chiquitas, they're called, where you just play it to somebody's feet out wide. Very nice. She looks for the spaces, Karen. That's a good volley, that.
That's a beautiful volley.
It doesn't have to be hard, just into the right place, making the right decision. Really good choice. Yeah, Sarah's a really experienced player, she really is.
Just that little cut and slice on that forehand,
really
that
nice.
sweeping forehand. We just saw a nice replay of that as well, just to give you further illustration.
Oh, there she goes again.
Oh.
Hey, that was lucky.
It was an excellent return, first and foremost, I've got to say.
Deserved it on the return, I think, yeah.
Yeah, again, that element of slice, and it just carried into that dangerous pocket of the court, right in front of the net. Yeah, long or just off target on the serve. Close, I've got to say.
Down to the feet. See how Essex turned that around. A little bit too much pace on that smash. It's come off the glass nicely and they can just turn it around.
30-all, still an opportunity here though for Sussex to hit back. Oh, well reached. Oh, what
that
a
was
wonderful,
classic.
yeah, what a wonderful passage of play.
Very nice shot, very nice shot indeed.
The longest rally of the match so far and the best rally of the match so far, but yeah, that cutting edge right down the middle, just making life so difficult. The way it just pitched into the wall as well, just absolutely perfect. Nothing that Sussex could do about that one, and it's a game point for a 2-love lead. Yeah, and that will do it nicely for Essex. Earlier on in that point, by the way, that we just saw, there was a really good overhead from a really good reach on the overhead from Jane Lau, a relative or comparative rookie compared to the others in the Sussex, in the Essex team, but certainly playing her part today and of course last night as well, as I mentioned in that mixed final as well. So early advantage here to Essex. They have the early break. They lead 2-love in this opening set. Work to do for Sussex as they want to, well, they look to claw their way back into this one, but that was that was the point of the match so far that we just saw a few moments ago.
Good shot. Yeah. Oh, some nice paddle there.
Wow.
Really nice.
I've got to say, the initial approach down the line was good, and the reaching and the stretch. She's incredibly agile from what I've seen so far of Jane Lau.
Playing very well, isn't she?
Playing very well indeed. Very light on her feet, great reactions, and yeah, real spring in her step as well, I've got to say. Comparatively, the diminutive figure on court out there. But my goodness me, she's making up for it. That's off the body. She couldn't quite just move her feet in time there. Knew exactly where she wanted to go.
Yeah, it's a high risk option because these ladies are very quick at running forward, and if you haven't made that smash good enough, But well played.
Yeah, not too far
Come
away
on,
from
Sussex.
making
Can I be partisan? Not really.
Yeah, not too far away from making a telling contribution there. But here we go, 15-all.
That's a lovely shot. So that looked to just die off the glass second bounce. That's what you call a really good length on that ball. Perfect.
Yeah, just underlined a point that Sally Fisher made earlier about that element of disguise, and there's no need to be emphatic on the smash every time. You can play a soft hands smash if you like,
which she doesn't usually miss. Karen, she's pretty steady with those. What I do like about Karen is she communicates really, really well with Lucy. So every single shot she's saying yours, mine. She's very good at that, and she's telling telling her partner where the others are. And it's a team effort. Ooh.
Nearly the serve plus one combination. Had it carried, it would have asked questions of Sarah Lockery certainly. But here we go. It is break point. Essex eyeing up another opportunity for a second break of serve and a 3-love lead. Lucy Wade on serve. A bit too much on that one. That's a rare thing actually from...
you don't see many lobs. I was just saying earlier, actually, looking around here, so many of these ladies are very, very good at landing the lob exactly in the right place on a defensive lob. It's amazing, really.
Yeah.
It's a clever shot.
yeah, not quite a collector's item, but it is a rare thing.
You play a lot of lobs in this game. You know, people don't realise it's 70% lobbing, really.
Golden point, though, still an opportunity for a break, still an opportunity for Sussex to get on the scoreboard in this opening set.
Ooh.
That was tight, I've got to say.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
And the
Very
golden
nice.
point has been converted by Sussex, but only just, I've got to say. That one off the wall was very close, or just off the turf, but my goodness
So
me.
on the scoreboard, yeah.
Yep, on the scoreboard, Sussex avoiding the pitfall of a double break, and yeah, that might just settle them down a little bit. And
I think you do feel a bit more settled when you get that first game in a match. Yeah, for
you're
sure.
always conscious of the potential.
Especially if you've been broken on the first game, you know, you don't. And your observation about that volley going in the net after the serve, when you in this game you come into the net, you really want to make sure that first volley goes in.
Yeah.
Because that is almost like the first shot of the rally. To be honest,
it's the way to set the tone. Isn't
it is, yeah, it really is.
But yep, Sussex will be relieved to some extent, and no doubt pleased to get on the scoreboard at 1-2. But Essex, with the early break, still have the advantage, leading as they do by 2 games to 1. It's Jane Lau who's on serve now for the first time in this match. Let's see how Jane Lau fares in her opening service game. Perfect. Oh, yep. Perfect placement on the serve. 30 love. Yeah, good net play from Lucy Wade there, actually. She was right on top of that pick-up, that scoop on the reverse from Sarah Lockery, right on top of the net, and that was why she was able to get into a position to keep Sussex on top in that particular exchange. And it might all be in vain, though, because Essex 40-15 advantage on serve here. Jane Lau's opening service game. This will do her the world of good as well. She, like I say, the comparative rookie. She would love to start off with the service hold.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Lucy.
The service hold, the potential service hold, remains on hold with that particular wayward shot from Jane Lau. But just long. Not much in it, but it's good enough for Essex. And they maintain that, or re-establish that 2-game cushion in the early stages. Sussex once again chasing the tail in this opening set, but a good match so far. It's settled down nicely.
Nice rallies.
Yeah.
Nice rallies. I mean, you know, it could have been either way at times. So I think they've done well so far. Just need to make sure not to make any loose errors.
Yeah, and that's
Sussex.
what. Yeah,
it comes
you're right.
down to that. You know, if you keep the ball in play more often than your opposition, you're going to win.
Yeah, as long as Sussex don't dwell too much on what might have been, they might be thinking in the back of their minds it should be 2 games all. But yeah, they just need to focus on the here and now. Really,
they've got time.
Yep.
That's not in. No.
Yeah, well played.
She does hit that overhead well. She just grabs it. Very strong.
Sussex players were both in very deep lying positions, having hit the back wall, and the smashing coming. It was always likely to culminate in a point for the Essex team. That looked close to the line, but just about in.
Lovely volley. Very nice volley. Oh,
Well played.
well played, Sussex. Yeah.
Oh, did that just go wide?
I think so. Yeah.
Just caught the glass. So
glass.
point goes the way of Sussex. Difficult to see initially from here in real time, but it did just hit the glass first. It was acknowledged actually by Jane Lau. She raised her hands in apology to her teammate, which is another nice touch as well. Another method of communication.
Oh, it's a shame they were being so patient on that rally.
Well, that will make Jane feel very good about herself, because she lost the point in a similar situation not too long ago, and then she's claimed a point having waited for the ball to bounce off the back wall and then surging forward. That's a great return, I've got to say. It was a tricky one to deal with. That's got... Oh, no.
Nice lob.
Another...
the best rally of the match. Very nice rally, that. Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you, another strong candidate for point of the match so far, and you're going to give it... Yeah, I think
sure,
so.
because they were so patient with that. And actually, Sussex had the net for a long time there.
And two great lobs.
And just that one smash. If you don't get the smash quite right, you've got the opposition counter-attacking, and then you're on your back foot.
Yeah, two great lobs in quick succession as well. Good serve there, actually.
Oh, nice. Very well played.
Yeah, she's
quick, isn't she?
She's lightning fast. I mentioned she was light on her feet, but my goodness me, she used it to great effect there. That was so eye-catching. Real high-octane stuff from the Essex team, who, well, they've extended their advantage. They've got another break of serve, and serving shortly for a 5-1 lead potentially as well. And little wonder that the Essex players were all smiles at that changeover. We've got Jo Ward, who's come over for a little exchange as well, just to keep them ticking over.
Just had some knee surgery herself, so she's not playing. And but she's such a good player. It's lovely to watch. Essex are very strong. They've got a lot of players, the youngsters as well. I was here for the Open event back in November. My daughter Olivia Collins was playing for Sussex that year, and Essex won everything. They won the mix, they won the doubles, 2 doubles. Jake Bewley and Ethan won. And they really have got a very good depth. I think they've got a lot of courts in Essex and have done for a while. But
one of these epicentres of paddle in the UK.
Really I know it's some of the, you feel a bit sorry for some of the counties when you speak to them afterwards, and they say they've only got 1 court. But I'm sure paddle's growing so fast now in the country, isn't it?
But yeah, I think there's certainly great opportunities for the other counties to play catch up. Certainly, Jo was with us, by the way, on co-commentary duty yesterday, so she provided some great insight into the Essex setup as well, and the Essex team here this weekend. So anyway, here we go, back on court. The players resumed once again in this first set. Essex leading 4-1 with that double break, and they're serving here for a 5-1 lead.
Lucy giving the live stream a hard stare there.
Almost, if looks could kill the camera.
That's right.
Well, that's good. She knows where the camera is as well. So
quick hands. Nice lob. Got the net back. Oh, Karen, that was a high risk.
It was. That's the thing.
I mean, she does pull those off a lot, but that was high risk at that point.
And I think at 1-4, they're going to have to take a few more chances. Maybe that's why she probably went for that. But
right.
I've got to say, it was another great lob from Jane Lau in the first place. It was precision stuff. These are the sorts of moments now that they're beginning to rack up, and they can really make a difference at this stage of a set like this. When you're up against it, you're 2 breaks down, and everything suddenly starts going against you.
At the moment, these two are like playing against a brick wall, aren't they? They're not really letting anything go. They're not making errors.
That is exactly the phrase I used yesterday. It's almost like you may have been listening, I don't know, but that's exactly the phrase I used yesterday.
Yeah, they really and that is paddle. If you're a brick wall at the net and you're great in defence, it's very difficult to penetrate that.
I've got to say, that was a fairly routine hold. I mean, they worked hard for it, but my goodness me, they made it look easy and didn't give barely anything away, really. 5-1. Sussex just taking a moment here, which is wise, I think, really. In all probability, they will lose this set, but it's a chance just to take
to
stock,
regroup.
refocus, just recalibrate it
Yeah.
and see what they can do. Let's see if they can start to make amends in the closing stage of I don't think they want to carry this over into the second set. They might just want to start putting things right now while they have the opportunity.
Yeah, I'd use this game to get a bit free. Yeah. Oh, no, not that free.
Yeah, slightly off balance on that overhead and slightly stretching a bit too much as well.
To regroup a bit. I wonder what's happening on the other court. We can't tell.
Well, maybe we can dip into the court 2 action in a short while just to keep an eye on that one. But here, Essex on the brink of taking this first set.
Whoops.
Yeah, it was a tricky one, wasn't it? Backpedaling
Okay.
furiously to try and deal with the pace of that overhead into the corner from Jane.
Well,
Again, the
it was
overhead
a
from
good
Jane Lau
ball
was,
into the corner, yeah.
yeah, very telling indeed. Love 30. Problems here for Sussex once again.
Oh, yeah, lucky
Oh,
there,
well.
Lucy. I was wondering what she was doing with that one.
I think
I was feeling a little angle there, but she ended up hitting it a bit harder than I thought.
yeah, slice of fortune off the net, and
It's always nice when that happens.
it is always nice when that happens.
They say sorry, but they're not really.
No, no. I often question why players do that. I mean, I often draw the parallel. If you score a goal in football off the underside of the crossbar, you don't see players apologising for it, do you? So I don't see why we should have a different rule for racket sports.
It's a legacy from
Yeah.
tennis. Here we go. They're both up there. What are we doing?
Yeah,
I
good
think
hit.
they took advantage of the fact they were in a bit of a muddle down the corner here, weren't they? Both chasing after the same ball. That doesn't happen very often with these guys.
Well, the writing is just about on the wall here for Sussex as far as this first set is concerned. 2 set points for Essex to work with. Sussex serving at 1-5. And that
Ooh.
will do it. Nicely
out.
volleyed down
She
onto the
saw-
toes.
Yeah, she saw that Lucy was on that line and just placed it to her feet. It's a good place to put it.
Yep, and the set points converted at the first time of asking. It was comfortable in the end for Essex, you have to say, in that first set as far as the
It was
scoreboard
difficult to
is
change
concerned.
anything around. Yeah, absolutely. It was difficult to keep any momentum their side.
I mean, Sussex did have 1 or 2 moments in the first stage of the set, or the first half of the set, I should say. But yeah, Essex quickly got into their stride in that one. And they've taken the opening set by 6 games to 1. Now, one of our team has just hopped next door just to see or try and establish what the score is in our other rubber. But like I say, just to remind you, if you are new to the paddle scene watching this weekend, we have 2 rubbers ongoing, 2 sets of pairs in this semi-final. But Essex in control of this one.
That's a nice smash I've just seen on court 2. Petra did a nice smash there, which has won the point. So
Is Petra, I mean, she has a Czech-sounding surname. Is she Czech heritage?
do you know, I think so, and I don't want to say that without knowing, but I think so. But she's a very good tennis player, and now playing very good paddle. Vic's been playing paddle for a long time. I played with Vic in the 50s the last time. She's a nice player.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that little break there's just given us an opportunity to glance next door. But back to business on court 1, where Essex are in control, taking the opener 6-1. Jane Lau on serve in the first game of the second set.
Right, what can Sussex do here? They've got to build it. Come on, keep building. They've got to keep in that rally when they're building.
Well, what they have to do, I mean, it sounds easier said than done, but they have to just put that first set to one side and forget all about it.
Yeah.
Almost imagine this is the start of the match. I think if you dwell too much,
Absolutely.
then that's where the problems can, or the further problems can lay down the road.
And sometimes with these championship tie breaks, if you win the second set, you can have the momentum with you and
Well,
actually take it into the match. I often think the person who wins the second set,
Yeah, we've
I'd
seen
like
that.
to see the stats on that. Actually,
Well, we've
'cause
seen it a
often
lot this
happens.
weekend. Yeah, Yorkshire
Yeah.
certainly yesterday as well, and I think there's a lot to be said for that. That would be interesting to see.
Ooh,
That
that
is
was
so
close.
fortunate as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Essex played well in that rally.
But there we see the fine margins at play. Sussex are just taking these chances because they feel they have to. They're gambling a little bit more. I thought they might have just reined it in a little bit in this second set, but yeah, just taking a few chances and missing the targets by a fraction. But it's all adding up to points for Essex. Yeah, that's a nice angled smash as well. Just that touch of slice, taking it out wide, and it just killed dead in the corners, really. There we see a great angle from the replay as well. Good news for Essex on this court, and good news for Essex over on court 2 as well, because they've taken the opening set of the second rubber of the semi-final. So, yeah, things going well for the Essex.
I think they're making some good decisions. I mean, Padel is all about decision making. It really is. And if you make those decisions well and you commit to them, Essex is showing that today.
Yeah. Okay, so first blood to Essex in the second set as well. Quick changeover after the first game of the second set. And also just to let you know that the other semi-final is ongoing as well. Yorkshire, the winners of Group 1, taking on Surrey, who were the highest ranked or the best of the second place teams. Surrey, of course, in Sussex's group as well. It was no surprise given the results, the nature of the results. I mentioned Surrey had that sudden death, that champions tie-break defeat by Sussex in the group stage. Surrey just about coming through as the best of the runners-up. So they're up against Yorkshire. Yorkshire still on course for a clean sweep this weekend as well. They almost got all 3 titles last year in 2024 for the over 40s, and they may still pull it off. Anyway, let's see what happens.
They're another strong county.
Yeah.
I mean, all these counties are strong, but you know, Yorkshire has got a good depth of player.
Back to Essex and Sussex. Sussex, well, first and foremost, need a hold of serve here. Can't afford to give Essex any encouragement whatsoever in the early stages of the set. They have the first point, the ball catching the side glass right in front of this commentary area where we are.
That's it, just keep going, just keep going. That's better. A bit more patience there from Sussex.
It was, we noticed there as well, there was a long succession of high balls into the air, questions being asked. I think there's a lot to be said for that. Just almost, if you keep asking the questions, then the fatigue, almost the monotony of playing those overheads might catch up with you.
Yeah.
Again,
just had a bit too much pace off the glass, so she couldn't. Just needs a little bit more slice on that. Wait for the ball to come down a little bit lower so she gets a good bandeja. She's
been so, well, good is not the word, devastating at times with those, exploiting those central areas. All weekend, whenever she's appeared on this court on the live stream, she's been so strong on that particular strategic side of the game.
Keep working, Lucy. Yeah. Oh, hard luck.
Yeah, it was very difficult to execute. Very close to pulling it off, actually, because she was almost playing it blind. Had to wait for the ball. Had to wait comparatively long time as well, waiting for that one to come around, and it just died that little bit too much as she tried to just help it over the net and help it on its way. 30-all. Yeah, good serve.
Lovely serve.
Excellent serve.
So solid.
Just what she needed at that particular moment as well. Real feel-good factor about that serve, I think. 30-all, you know.
Yeah. Because they are only one down. So here we go, maybe for 1 all. That's a better volley.
Yep, just a little bit off the top of the bat as well, wasn't it? Nowhere.
Just a bit snatched, yeah. Just
Yeah.
a little bit. First 2 volleys were great.
Maybe just needed a tiny bit of a leap into that one as well, just to get it
So
onto
on
the
a
sweet
sudden
spot.
death or a golden juice.
Yeah, golden point here. So Sarah Lockery taking the return.
That's a good serve. There you go.
That's sailing.
Very nice. That
Yeah.
volley was a lovely weight.
So a little bit of
Back in it,
relief
1-1.
again for Sussex in the early stages of the second set, as was the case in the first set as well. When they got on the scoreboard, you just felt it might settle them down. Let's see if that will settle them down on this occasion. 1 game all. Great return, nicely angled. Yeah, frustration. Yeah, she almost blasted that ball as a dead ball, didn't she? She was on the stretch, she was leaning into it, but she couldn't quite get the...
Smash just had a little bit too much off the glass. so
Yeah, the
Sarah
angle
was
on the
able
racket
to-
face was just not quite the required product.
That's a tough shot.
Oh,
That
well,
was
it
a
was-
tough shot.
that
That was a
is-
very tough shot. A very good lob.
because it was
I
slow,
mean,
the reduced pace
You
didn't
know,
help
what do
either.
you do? That was just such a good shot. Really was.
Because you're almost rushing back thinking, well, there's not a lot of pace on this ball, so I'm going to have to generate a
Just
lot of pace
dying.
off the wall. Yeah, so... And what can-
Maybe an option was to boast it, but they were both sort of chasing it.
and when you're chasing back like that, what can you do?
Yeah,
There's not a
well
gr-
done, Lucy. Took that on. Nicely done. She accelerated just nicely there.
Yeah, big point as well. That was potentially a love 40 moment for... a 40 love moment for Essex as well. 30-15 involved here are the Sussex team. You just feel if they can find a way through on the Essex serve, easier said than done, of course, if they can find a way through on the Essex serve, who knows where it might take them.
Absolutely.
Wade returning.
Come on. Oh, it's a nice volley though. Good weight.
Yeah, a lot of spring back from that.
It was good length and it sprung back just nicely. Yeah. It's a good serve. Set it up.
Yeah, there are certain channels of that corner portion of the court that do spring back a lot more than others, and she found the sweet spot there, did Jane Lau.
These guys are
Oh.
very good at defending. I mean, really, Sussex played a nice rally there, but
Yeah,
very good defence.
yeah, 2 great defensive moments
Really
in
good.
quick succession from Jane Lau, and yep, the eventual smash was just on the glass, and Essex hold for a 2-1 lead. But it is all about staying in touch for Sussex as long as they can, just hanging on to the coattails. Essex do have this, I suppose you can call it an advantage of having served first in this second set, especially having taken the opener. They're going to have to go for it sooner or later, Sussex. They're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive
Well,
sooner or
serve.
later, and that's
Yeah.
where the mistakes might creep in.
We're on serve, so we just need to keep it together.
But it can make a difference, though, can't it? When you are chasing, when you are continually chasing in a set that's going with serve, sooner or later you think, okay,
Yeah.
where do we go from here? And
Yeah.
that's where the pressure can sell.
Yeah, you need the break.
So let's see how this one pans out. Sussex,
Just take every point as one at a time, really. That's what. Try not to think about the outcome as much as playing the points one at a time.
a bit of a query about who's
Oh.
serving. Yep. Acknowledged by Karen Hazard that she actually served first
she
for
was serving
Sussex in
down
this
here,
set.
wasn't she?
Yeah. So Lucy Wade on strike in this 4th game of the second set.
I'm always amazed in paddle how you can forget things like that because you're having so much fun, you know.
I mean,
Get caught up in the game and you've forgotten the score, you've forgotten who's serving.
there's a lot going on. I mean, that's. I mentioned it yesterday as well in passing, the fact that the players have got a billion things to think about
Yeah,
in terms of their play, their tactics, strategy, approach, whatever.
it's very tactical, very good for our brains as we get older.
Yeah, you're keeping the score at the same time as well.
Oh, that's a loose error. She can't afford to do those. Come on.
Sarah keeps on glancing next door as well. That's another thing to think about.
Lovely play, Lucy.
Very good play.
Good decisions. Very nice.
And that sudden change of emphasis with the final shot, just pitching it low and just forcing Sarah to bend the knee a little bit. Yeah,
Got to make it awkward for your opponents. That's what it's all about.
just keep that variation going. Keep your opponent guessing. Make life as difficult as you can for your opponent. Don't telegraph anything.
There you go. There you go, Lucy. Right.
So a little 2-point cushion here, 40-15 for Sussex to level things up at 2 games all. A bit more reassurance for Michelle Collins alongside me, part of the Sussex team
Well,
this
I am
weekend.
part of the Sussex team, so I suppose I'm on their side, aren't I?
And you are allowed. You are allowed to be biased. Absolutely
Am I?
fine. Sally Fisher was
I mean, they are the Essex
not
team are
holding
playing
back, I
very
tell you.
well. Was she not?
She made no apology for her commitment to the white rose course. I, however, will remain neutral throughout.
Oh,
Beautifully played.
you know, and Lucy had some nice shots there. She looked like she's much more in control of those overheads now and really playing well.
Just used the pace of that back
Yeah.
wall so well. Just stepped into it. Just stepped away from the wall. One step.
Maybe-
That's all it took. One step, and then just helped it on its way. And again, just those central areas so strong.
That's a good shot. Yes,
Brilliant
well
point.
played.
Really well played.
Very nice. Yeah, Sussex are playing a lot more patient now. I think that some of the overheads could maybe go onto Sarah's backhand a bit more, just to make her think out on this wide shot. But they're being much more patient on the whole.
Well, there was one point in that rally where Jane Lau played almost like a defensive cricket shot. She
Yeah.
was so versatile.
She's very
but
good
yeah.
down low, yeah.
And the fact that was that point was for a holder serve as well. I think that will count for a lot for Sussex moving forward. I think that will
And here
really
we
give them a
are,
lot of belief moving forward.
First time ahead in a set.
Yep.
So let's run with it.
Let's see where it can take them. That's a fault on the first serve. A bit deep on the second serve as
I
well.
wasn't sure that was going in, but it went in. Nice pick up. Oh, well picked up. Come on. I'd say
Oh,
that's the best rally
that
Sussex
was
have
super.
played all weekend. That's really a lovely rally from Karen and Lucy. They really look like they're growing in confidence,
Yeah.
right? You can see it, can't
Absolutely, yeah. But there was certainly a large portion of that rally where Sussex looked to be on the back foot, and
No,
the
they
way they
really did
turned it
well.
around was really,
you?
really
It's just
strong.
being very patient. That's going to be a difficult one. Oh, Karen, hard luck. Whoa, she nearly had that, didn't she?
Just needed the faintest of touches, but
Yeah.
nothing doing. There was a great cover switch as well from Essex in the previous point as well, but yeah, all to no avail. Sussex really growing into this one, you feel now. This is an opportunity for them. Just need to hold it together.
Oh, and we've got a few loose errors this end now. They
And all
weren't
of a
making any
sudden-
of those errors in the first set, were they? So
No.
maybe it's momentum shift.
This could be the turning point. 2 break points for Sussex.
That's a beautiful return as well. Look at that one. right in the corner. Perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect game from Sussex there. Well played.
Yeah, really well managed. They
Very well
took
done.
control of that one very effectively, even when they were on the back foot. And good attempt by Sarah Lockery to keep that one alive in the
Yeah.
closing stages. But there we have it, a first break of serve
Yeah,
for
definitely.
Sussex coming in this second set. And we do have a bathroom break for Lucy Wade, so we will
We
have
can have a
a
little look over the other court, see what they're doing. They're in the middle of a very long rally.
yeah, we can have a glance next door.
Oh, that's out. Oh, it looks like they're giving them some grief over there. Essex ladies lost that rally.
And it looks as though the one of the rubbers featuring Yorkshire and Surrey may have drawn to a conclusion, so we'll hopefully get word on that in due course as well. But yeah, all in all, I mean, you mentioned how any given situation, any given match like this, whereby one team may look the dominant force in the first set, it can quickly, I mean, it can change so alarmingly quickly, and I think we're seeing signs of that in this one, certainly.
They really can. I mean, Padel, that first set, even though I know Sussex lost it, you know, the rallies were long and they were fighting in rallies. So you know that a few errors one side and it just shifts a little bit, and before you know it, here we are. What's the score?
Yeah, well,
Doing all right. Let's see if we can keep the momentum our side.
so Lucy Wade is back with us after her bathroom break, and Essex stepping back onto the court first of all, looking to I suppose right the wrongs of the previous game, because yeah, Sussex have secured their first break. They lead 3-2, serving now for a chance to extend their lead. It looks as though the business end of things has come about over on court 2 as well. So we'll get a final score, hopefully from next door in due course. Yeah, one of our team has just hopped over just to give you the precise details. We don't want to spread any rumours and
No.
misinformation. But here and now on court 1, it's Sussex in control of this second set, serving
I
at
feel
3-2.
like they're in control now. Yeah, I do. That's a tough shot, though, isn't it, that one? Come on. Nice one, Karen. There she
Yeah.
goes again with that angle.
Yeah, you just knew, even though Jane Lau was able to get something on it, the fact she was taken so wide, it was always going to be a difficult retrieval to keep that one within the confines of the court. Yeah, in control, but I'd say tentatively so as well, I have to
Yeah.
say. But yeah, 15 love so far, so good in this service game.
It's a nice shot. Ooh, well played, Karen. Yeah, they're both hitting overheads much better now. I think court 2 is finished, actually.
Yeah, court 2, the hands were shaken, I did see that. So one of our team has just hopped over just to get the full details. Anyway, 30 love on the Sussex serve in this one.
That's a better one. Ooh, Lucy. Don't think about it for too long.
Yeah, don't dwell on the
She's been
mistakes
hitting a lot of
either.
those
Yeah.
really nice now, so she just needs to leave that behind her and crack on with the next point. So 15. Well played.
Excellent.
That was well played. They're picking those shots up that Sarah's hitting down the middle really well now. Because that's an aggressive shot that Sarah's got down the middle. It really is. But they're picking those up, so
Yeah, really,
that's probably the thing that's changed a bit, actually.
Yeah. really difficult smash to
So-
control on
Oops.
from Jane Lau's point of view, certainly. And yeah, Sarah Lockery had to deal with one off the wire as well. 40-15 though, this is further encouragement. Ooh.
Come on. Here we are.
Well, Sarah
Jane-
Lockery seemed to shout, "I've got it," or I may have misheard that, but in the end it was Jane Lau who went for it, but she couldn't quite get the wingspan to make the connection. 4-2, a little bit of daylight in this second set now for Sussex to work with as well. They have a cushion, a security
Ooh.
blanket, and maybe a bit more to come as well.
We just need to stay calm.
Mm.
They're doing very well now.
They are
really
doing very well. Yeah, they've
I don't
certainly
want to jinx it.
settled into this one now, and yeah, they've taken charge of this second set, you have to say.
Yeah. Just out.
Yeah, when you're scampering back, and again you're almost playing that one behind you, and yeah, it can be so difficult to get the measure.
Sure. Very nice play.
They're just working the angles a
They
lot better,
really
aren't
are.
they?
Yeah,
That's the
it's-
thing.
they're
They're
being-
finding the angles a lot more than they were in the first set. It's starting to pay
I
off
think
for them.
that's what's winning them.
It's what they were trying to do in the first set. They were trying to be a little bit more creative and a bit more, taking a few risks. But I think the fact is they are just beginning to see things a little bit clearer, and the angles are being exploited very well indeed now.
Oh, was that in? That was out. That just hit the glass.
It
So,
did, yeah, it was close. I've got to
Right.
say, I wasn't sure, but it's another break of serve,
5-2.
Michelle. And
That's quite a different story, isn't it?
it is a very different
To
story.
about half an hour ago.
A lot of different emphasis now, and it's another break of serve. And Sussex, in a moment or two, will be serving for the set. And Jo Ward has come over for another change if she's allowed through. Sussex aren't allowing her to get through. You can see there she's had her path blocked. But maybe we can have news from next door. We'll get our team member to have a word with Michelle while I just illustrate what's happened so far here. Essex taking the first set 6-1, but Sussex looking as though they're going to hit back, leading as they are 5-2 in this second set. Bit of a timeout here, bit of a conflab with the team captain Jo Ward for the Essex pair. So news from next door, Michelle?
We seem to have lost the second. Yeah, we've lost that match there, and it seems that Yorkshire are 1 up.
Against Surrey.
Yorkshire 1 up. Yeah, so they've won their first rubber against Surrey.
So Essex winning
first
the
match,
other
yeah.
rubber in this semi-final.
They've got a match on still. So
Yeah.
there's Sophie Cousins and Sally Fisher
For Yorkshire.
for Yorkshire playing against Surrey girls. I don't know their names. I'm
Can't
afraid.
identify
I know the Yorkshire
them
girls
from
quite
it.
well
Yeah.
because I'm familiar with Yorkshire girls, but not with Surrey girls.
So yeah, Essex with 1 rubber on the scoreboard, looking to make it 2, but they may well have to go to a champions tiebreak because Sussex are on the brink of taking us all the way here on court 1. Sussex serving for the set at 5-2. Lucy Wade on serve.
Oh, that was a bit of luck there, but
Yeah, nothing you can really do when it deviates so much. You've got the angle, you've got the racket
I mean,
positioned, and
it was
nowhere
better
to go.
than she intended, is what I always say.
Yeah.
But she hit it well, so deserves it.
Yeah, if you play that sort of shot with pace, it will enhance your chances, yeah.
You're right.
15 love, 3 points away from taking the set. That will do, that's one of them.
Ooh, that's a rare error from Sarah. She doesn't make many errors. So, yeah, here we go. 30 love, wow.
One step at a time for Sussex here, 2 points away, 2 down, 2 to go. That's how they'll be treating this situation.
Can I say hello to all the Sussex viewers?
You can do, yes.
Hello, Sussex viewers.
Hope you're enjoying this
Are they enjoying
thrilling
it? Yeah.
semi-final.
Well picked up. That was a good rally from Essex.
Yeah, there was some good defensive work in the midst of all that one as well, but it was,
Very
yeah,
good
it was one of
one.
those points that, as with many, really can go either way, but it ebbed and flowed so nicely.
Dude.
They really had to dig deep there. Little exchange of words ahead of what is another
Just take your
crucial
time.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all crucial points now for Sussex. 30-15.
Well played. Well.
Oh, unlucky.
Just
What I liked, I've noticed it more and more actually. The little extra. Karen Hazard is a very vocal player.
Very,
Little
yeah.
words of encouragement after every shot, or even before every shot as
I
well.
think it really helps. My
Really
my daughter
settles.
Olivia played with her in the Open, and they played a tie-break shootout. And Olivia said it helps so much because she's less experienced than Karen. It was so helpful with all those words.
Yeah.
She does speak all the time.
If you, that looked close. I've got to say, I thought that was one that may have just clipped the back of the line from where I was looking. It was close, but no risks on the second serve.
Oh, I could see
Wild.
she wasn't quite balanced enough before she hit that ball. It was difficult to hit that. She seemed to mistime it slightly.
Well, break point. I mean, it's not quite panic stations just yet for Sussex because they do have the extra break, but my goodness me, this would be something to just unsettle them a little bit if this one went against them. Essex with the break point. Wade on serve still. Oh, now we have a situation whereby Essex are just beginning to make life difficult, shall we say.
Well, I think they just kind of knew they were 30 love. It was just 2 points. You got to really keep the cool at that time and just keep doing what you're doing. And there's not much between them, is there? It's very close.
Well, it is just the one break now, effectively. Jane Lau serving at 3-5. First and foremost, need to hold here.
Come on, Lucy.
Yeah, this is the thing. Not so long ago they were serving for the set, but now they're maybe just one or two nerves creeping in.
Go on. Well played. It's too far.
Yep. Yeah, there we heard it again. The call was that's fine, you're okay. But the reassurance, didn't work out that time. It was just slightly overhit on that lob. It hit the glass first. That's more like it.
Good shot. Very nice shot, Sussex.
Again, they had to play really patient stuff, and
Yeah.
the resistance at times from Essex was so impressive. Really was just digging in. No such thing as a lost cause once again from these two. 30-15. Make that 40-15. Wow, that was close as well.
Good lob.
Game for Essex. 5-2 becomes 5-4. And it's all now a question of how Sussex's nerves are holding up, because the pressure is being applied, and Essex are beginning to make a fight of this in the second set, leading or trailing as they do by 5-4, having taken the opener 6-1, but maybe, just maybe, they have one or two things to say about how this match may well play out in the end. Now, Michelle has just left the commentary area momentarily, just to give some words of encouragement, not necessarily advice, but just one or two words that might just settle the Sussex team of Karen Hazard and Lucy Wade. Jo Ward is back once again to have a quick exchange with the Essex team. Key match coming up now. You feel, well, I certainly feel, I don't know what Michelle might say, but I feel if Essex win this, if they get the break here, take it to 5-all, I think they'll go on and win it. Because I think it will just leave Sussex absolutely deflated. Sussex still in a great position. Let's not lose sight of the fact they are about to serve for the set. But they've done that already. They missed that opportunity at 5-2. At 5-3. It's all about how they can handle it now. Yeah, had the opportunity at 5-2. Instead it went to 5-3. They were broken back. Essex held for 5-4. But Sussex back on serve once again, just making the point they've already served for the set. They're going to have to do it all again. I just feel if Essex take this game, I think they'll go on and take it. I think it'll be too much for Sussex to swallow.
Although I can confirm the girls are in good spirits, because I just had a chat with them, and they're just trying to work out how to deal with the defence. Yep. Ah, that's good, isn't it? Oh, I tell you what, she was fast on that.
Yeah.
Jane was very fast on that.
I mentioned her agility, her footwork is, she anticipates well, that gives her a head start almost, but yeah, she's been so effective in those positions from the word go in this one. But yeah, that was going to be my next question actually, about how the Sussex players are feeling right now.
Yeah, they just know that the defence is very good. They're in a good position a lot of the time. I was just saying how maybe play that to the backhand a little bit more. Oh no, she tried it there. Because Sarah's got such good, strong forehand down the middle, and a lot of our overheads have been going down the middle.
Now the other Sussex players who were involved in the other rubber, Victoria Lowe and Petra Sedova, have just come over to offer their support over on the far side. You can see them on the right-hand side of your screen, and they'll need it as well now because it's love 30 all of a sudden on the Sussex serve.
Come on, girls. Good lob. That's it. Nice one.
Yeah. Just ask the question, put it into those deep lying areas, into the corner. And Jane Lau, who has been so strong on the defensive in the main today, unable to do anything with that one.
That's it. That's it.
That's
there you
it.
go.
Yeah, forcing the error.
Just forcing it off the backhand, because when they've been playing those aggressive smashes down the middle, and Sarah's been counter-attacking so well on her forehand side, I think if they played a little bit more to that backhand corner, it's a bit more tricky.
Yeah, I just wonder if they'll bear that in mind moving forward if the opportunity arises. Let's see where we go here.
Ooh.
Wow.
She's got a lot
Venom.
of power. A lot of power behind that one.
My goodness me, she put the full
So I think
kitchen sink into that one.
Set point, right?
Yep.
Here we go.
While they weathered the storm, they were in a spot of bother in this one. Love 30. They have already served for the set at 5-2. Couldn't take advantage then, but here we go at 5-4.
2 set points with the sudden...
Yeah, effectively 2 set points.
Yeah. Oh, that was a risk. As soon as you do that in this game, you spread the game up too quickly. You left a massive gap the other side, but she didn't really have much of a choice either.
Well, that's the beauty of the golden point. 1 set point has gone, but they have another one straight away. That's how they'll have to see this. It's another opportunity.
Come on, girls.
Receiver's choice, remember. I imagine they'll be going into Sarah Lockery's court here.
Where's she going to put this serve?
Big moment coming up. Deuce, 5-4. That will do it.
I think she played the serve in a clever place, because she's been playing a lot to the glass, and Karen decided to put that down the middle. So I think that was a good choice.
Yep. Well, Sussex have taken the set by 6 games to 4, and it's into the champions tiebreak we go. A reminder, if Essex win this tiebreak, that's it. Tie's over. Semi-final is over. If Sussex win it, it means that we will go into a sudden death shootout. I think Michelle is required for a little conflab with the Sussex team. So we'll have a momentary break in play ahead of this a very important champions tiebreak as well. Yorkshire, just to remind you, playing Surrey in the second semi-final. That was going the way of Yorkshire. I don't think anything significant has changed, or certainly there's been no alteration in the picture over in the other semi-final, but here, well, things are very much on a knife edge. Essex taking the opening set of this one by 6-1, but Sussex, to their credit, hitting back in style, winning the second by 6-4. 10-point tiebreak coming up to determine the winner of this one. It was a 10-point tiebreaker, a deciding shootout that undid Essex in that mixed pairs final against Yorkshire last night. Sarah Lockery was involved in that. Came out second best on that occasion. How will she fare this time around? The Essex flag is flying high behind the back of the court. You can see it there at the top of your screen. And as the players return to court, Michelle Collins returns to the commentary arena. How are they feeling now, Michelle?
Am I on? Yeah. Yeah, no, they're excited, I think. Whoop.
Well, we are underway, straight into it. No hanging around here. And it's first blood to Essex. Serving first to Essex. No slip-ups, no mini break on the first point. The scoreboard just being reset there. Yeah, 1-0, the score to Essex in their favour.
Need to avoid those overheads, those lower overheads. Sarah just buries them. She's got a lot of power overhead, so here we go. That's out. That 1-1.
Yeah, Karen Hazard serving first for Sussex in this tiebreak. Second of her serves incoming now. 1 point apiece. First serve, as you can hear, into the fence.
That's okay, that's good. There you go. Come on.
Oh, it was just a little bit hesitant, wasn't it?
It was a good length from Sarah. Just asked the question, didn't it? It was a good shot, but some good paddle in that rally.
Yeah, it dropped significantly as well, and you just knew that the damage was done from Sussex's point of view. Essex leading by 2-1, and they have 2 serves to come from Jane Lau as well. So they have the mini break and looking to capitalise on this now as well. I mean, it is only a mini break perhaps, but yeah, 4-1, if it is 4-1, can look a huge chasm in a 1st to 10 race. That first serve is wide. And it is 4-1. It was barely halfway up the net on the volley as well. That's the disappointing factor from Sussex's point of view. Just nothing on that volley at all. And Essex, yeah, they do have that 4-1 cushion. It looks a lot, and it is a lot given the circumstances. But yeah, Sussex just need to remind themselves they're not out of this. It's not an insurmountable challenge at 1-4.
Really 1-4.
2 holes here for 3-4. That can make the difference.
That's it. That's a lovely smash, Karen. 4-2 change ends.
Yeah, going at the changeover 2-4 rather than 1-5, that will count for a lot as well. Mark my words.
It's only 1 point mini break.
Yeah, just the 1 mini break at the moment in this one. But no margin for error, you feel, on the Sussex serve incoming here. Very important service coming here for Lucy Wade. Unlucky.
Nice rally, because that angle coming in at Sarah there, it was much more difficult for her to counter-attack, so just playing a little bit more angle on those aggressive ones is good.
Such a fast pace off the wall as well. She just needed to take a step back, and it was far too tight to the body. But yeah, 1-4 becomes 3-4. First serve is a fault as well.
Ooh.
I just wonder whether that moving ball might have been a distraction.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it's always worth removing all balls really from the court.
Yeah, it's just again another thing to think about. I think they might have been best advised just to stop the point there and just move it out of the way. Anyway, 5-3. One more service to come here for Sarah. Oh, well.
Did she get a racket to that? I know she touched the net. So
Touched the net anyway, and
she's very quick onto it.
very quick onto it, but not quick enough, and
3-6.
3-6. Sussex on
Carmichael,
serve once again.
just stay patient. I'd take their time now.
Yeah, there's no time
Yeah,
pressure really
Take
in
their time.
paddle.
Take their time.
I mean, you wouldn't be advised to hang around for 3 minutes in between points, but there you go. But everyone knows what they need to do.
That's better. There you go.
There's an excellent use of that wire mesh. The
think
angles are
that's-
just so unpredictable.
That shot cross court there is a tough one. Nice one. Well done, Lucy.
Still just that 1 mini break between them.
Oh, that's a good lobber. You know,
Yeah,
she did very well, Sarah Lockery, with that.
that's
Such
the way.
composure when she's got to counter attack. I always admire players who are so well composed when they have
Yeah.
to deal with a counter attack.
Just so quick to turn defence
Yeah,
into attack there. And yeah,
absolutely.
only really one place she could go, and she found the targets easily. It just looked effortless, actually.
Oh, that was very close. Shot. Well played,
Yeah,
Karen.
no reach from Jane Lau on this occasion. So a point for Sussex.
Change ends again.
We'll change ends again at 12 points, so 7-5 Essex. Essex with one serve to come. And yeah, this is, I would say, still very much in the balance. Big moment this on the Jane Lau serve. Will it be 8-5? Will it be 7-6? It's a pivotal moment in this Champions tiebreak, in this match. Great serve.
This is a shot.
Yeah. And it was all created by the serve.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it's so often the case. Karen hit a nice return, really. I mean, difficult return off that serve, and lovely hands with Sarah there. Very nice touch.
So 5-8 on the Sussex serve. Lucy Wade serving once again. If she converts both, it's 7-8. So just that 1 mini break. There's nothing, very little between them.
That's better. There you go. She's dealing with that shot really well. Right.
Just couldn't stretch enough with that outstretched right arm to make the connection. I don't think it would have been a telling connection anyway.
2 points in it.
As I say, yeah, just that 1 mini break so far, still separating them. And ultimately that could prove significant and sufficient for Essex, but yeah, Sussex, well, they know what they have to do. Hold first of all and then ask questions later. Yeah, chopping that one into the net as well, so Sussex have capitalised with both points on serve, on the Lucy Wade serve. Pressure once again back on the shoulders of the Essex team here.
And it is a lot of pressure on Essex,
It's,
having won the first set.
Can I just say, by the way, it is Sarah Lockery's serve.
Yeah.
Sarah serve. Sarah. Sure it is, yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. Sorry, if you heard me shouting Sarah into my microphone, it was because I was trying to let the players know that it was Sarah's turn to serve. That's not coming back. Oh, yes, it is. Wow, what a rally.
I think that's the rally of the match, isn't it? That right there. It's a shame that Sussex didn't win it. But
Well,
it was a very good rally.
It's a shame I called it prematurely. I was convinced that Sarah's smash was going to go
I took
over
a
the
little gasp
fence.
during that rally. It was so good.
I can't quite see the angle, but it must have been close to going over the boards. But yeah, goodness me, what a point.
Match point.
Yeah, 2 match points as well. Oh, what a way to win it, and what a way to lose it as well.
That was
Heartbreak
amazing.
for Sussex in the end.
Well
But for
played.
Essex, it is a victory. They take it on the champions tiebreak by 10 points to 7. And with that, they also booked their place in the final as well, because they won the match next door. They've won this one by the skin of their teeth as well. They took the openers 6-1. Sussex hit back very, very effectively. A nail-biting tiebreak. Very little between the pair. Fine margins here and there, but fine margins enough for Essex to come through. The Group 2 winners beating the Group 3 winners in our semi-final on Court 1, and Essex will be back for more later on because they've taken it by 10 points to 7 on the tiebreak. My thanks to Michelle Collins as well for
thank you.
joining me in the commentary box
My
for this
debut
one.
commentary.
Debut commentary. You played a blinder, and so too
Well
did
done,
Essex.
Essex. Well done,
win it
Essex.
10-7.
Bad luck, Sussex.
Well, good afternoon once again. Welcome back to our coverage of the second day of action here at the UK Padel County Championships, the age team category. The over 40s doing battle this weekend. And what a weekend it could be for Yorkshire. They already have one title in the bag, having taken the mixed pairs title yesterday. The women's pairs are through to their final as well. And here, Yorkshire's men's pairs are one match away, one win away from taking the men's title as well. It could be the clean sweep for the White Rose County, a clean sweep they almost converted last year, 12 months ago. They came away with one title last year. That was the mixed pairs title. They've already got that one in the bag, but they could well add a little bit more this weekend as well. We are going to have some team photos before the start of play, so we've got plenty of opportunity to set this one up for you. UK paddle coach Tom Fallis is alongside me, Rob Malarkey, for this men's final. Tom, just looking at the routes here to the final, we'll go into it in greater detail, but you've got to say the two best teams have come through. I think that's fairly safe to say.
Yeah, hi Rob, thanks for having me on. I think all the other pro co-commentators have gone home, so you're stuck with me today. But yeah, I think you're right there. I think both of these teams definitely have the strongest pairings. I mean, the semi-finals for both were very close, but I have to say I'm quite glad both these teams have got through. I mean, Yorkshire is my county of where I am now. I know the lads pretty well, play with John and Mike quite a lot, have lost to them more times than I'd care to admit, and actually the same with
well,
Gareth.
No disgrace, let's face it.
Well, it's very true. They know how to humble me, but and same with Gareth. I mean, he's a great player. I used to play with him when I was down in Surrey, so skin in the game on both sides, but I will be slightly biased towards Yorkshire here.
Yeah, just to put some ID then on the players involved in this particular rubber. As always with these matches, we have two rubbers ongoing. We've got one on court one elsewhere on court two, I assume. And of course, if the two rubbers are shared, then we go into a sudden death shootout. All saying cheese in the background, by the way. That's the noise you heard there. Flying the flag for Yorkshire in this final on this court, we have John Dunseith, who Tom alluded to there. Michael Tolman is his partner. And representing Surrey, we have the ranked number 2 player for this category, Gareth Nicol. On the left-hand side of your screen, in the bottom portion of the screen, partnered by Craig De Silva. So Surrey wearing dark blue, nearest to you at the bottom of your screen on this side of the camera, and at the far end wearing white, we have the Yorkshire pair of Michael Tolman and John Dunseith. Just to embellish what I was saying about their routes here, both absolutely breezed through their group campaigns. Yorkshire the winners in Group 1, they beat Avon 2-0, Suffolk 2-0, Dorset 2-0. They didn't drop a set. And Surrey, similar in Group 4, winning with wins over Gloucester 2-0, Devon 2-0 and Kent 2-0. And again, they didn't drop a set. 12 sets without reply for them. But as you mentioned, Tom, both having tight, tense, tough semi-finals. Both going to a champions tiebreak. Surrey beating the Channel Islands 10-7. And Yorkshire beating their bitter rivals, Lancashire. You'll have loved that one, by 10 points to 1. So, yeah, it is not alarming, that's not the right word, but it is uncanny how they have both come through very, very similar pathways to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the standard of paddle now, as you've seen from this weekend, in the over 40s category here is so strong. There's just more and more great players each year. The standard just gets better and better. And yeah, I think we're in for a great match. I think this is going to be a really good matchup. I know that Mike and John play together a lot, so that's going to help. They know each other's games very well. They complement each other very well. And obviously, Mike having the left-handed, having the lefty and the righty works very well for them because you've got both your forehands in the middle. Mike's a very aggressive play. He's got, I mean, every shot he hits very well. And John's just steady. He's solid as a rock. So they work well together.
Yep.
I'm not sure how many times Gareth and Craig have played together, as I don't know Craig as well. But I'm sure that they have played together a fair amount.
Yeah, we saw Craig in action on this court yesterday in the mixed pairs. He was with Vanessa North Panting in action in that one. Gareth Nicol, I mentioned, the number 2 ranked player in the UK in this particular age bracket, the over 40s, based at the Roehampton Club in southwest London, representing Surrey this weekend. It's worth mentioning as well, you may have picked up on it as well in the intro when I mentioned the fact that Yorkshire played Essex in the mixed final yesterday, Yorkshire winning that one. Yorkshire playing Essex in the women's pairs final, which is ongoing soon, I can say. So Surrey, really the outliers in terms of getting to a final outside of Yorkshire and Essex. So Yorkshire and Essex have been the dominant forces in the main this weekend, but I think Surrey might have something to say about it. I think you're right. I think Yorkshire, I would, if asked the question, if you held the proverbial gun to my head and asked me to pick a winner, I would go with Yorkshire. I wouldn't be surprised though if we did go deep in this one, into the decider. Yeah. Or it could be, 7-6 job. It could be either way.
Yeah, I definitely see it going either way. I think it's going to be interesting on court 2. You can't quite see it on our stream, but the court next to us has the other rubber going on, and I could potentially see Surrey doing quite well in that. So yeah, you just don't know. But yeah. I think it's going to be a great final, and as you said, we'll try and keep an eye on the women's final going on in the courts behind us as well. And I'm fingers crossed Yorkshire can maybe do the clean sweep.
Just looking next door, I can see Ali Anderson is playing for Surrey. He was one of our co-commentators yesterday, actually, on that match featuring Craig De Silva and Vanessa North Panting. Yorkshire pair over on court 2. I can't see from here if you can highlight who we've got over there.
I'm not sure on surnames. I know that's Ben and Tom.
Gudzalik?
Tom Sanders.
Yeah, Benjamin Gudzalik.
Ben Gudzalik, yes.
Tom Sanders.
And Tom Sanders, yeah. So Ben, from what I know, actually lives and plays mainly down south in Surrey, I think. But still holds that Yorkshire title. So he plays for Yorkshire. And
has he played for the UK team as well in this age? I'm pretty sure he has.
Has he? That's good knowledge. I've like I said, I've not actually played with either of them, but I know that they're strong players. So it's going to be, both matches are going to be really good.
Just in doing some homework, you wouldn't believe it, but I have done some homework for this. Yeah, he has. He's played for the GB men's team. So there you go. He's a wow. British national paddle player as well, so he's got that in his locker as well. So yeah, should be nicely set up. I mean, it would be no surprise if we had a sudden death shootout to determine. I think it could easily be one rubber apiece. Either way, I've got to say, but yeah, we shall see how it pans out. Our focus will be on court 1, which is where our live stream is set up. We have the live stream of this one on the UK Paddle YouTube channel. And we will keep you updated as best as we can over on events on court 2 as well. As far as have we had the spin? I think it was, it's going to be Surrey to serve, certainly. And Yorkshire staying where they are. So that's how things will start off. Surrey will strike first. I think it may well be Gareth Nicol to get things underway. I think Surrey will be wanting to use their number 1 player to good effect. Get that. No, they've gone with Craig De Silva. Maybe keeping Gareth in reserve just in case things fall by the wayside early on. Logic either way, I suppose, in terms of applying that decision-making process. But he did serve well yesterday in that mixed doubles match. Craig, he barely put a foot wrong on serve, actually. But we are underway in the men's final, at least in this rubber. Slight delay next door, but they'll be off and running very shortly. But here on court 1, it is Surrey who are getting things underway on serve. And that was just long.
Always find it tough serving first as well. It's so hard to get into the game. You have a warm-up, you're waiting around for a while, the nerves are building up, and then suddenly you have to start. It can take a while to find your groove, so that first game is always so important, to start strong and stay focused and concentrated the whole way through.
Well, that one has gone out of bounds, and we'll just wait for that one to be retrieved. There we go. But yeah, strong service game so far here for Craig De Silva. He has picked up 3 points without reply. And that was just long on the first serve. Yeah, I said he barely put a foot wrong. I don't think he barely lost well, certainly didn't lose too many points on serve yesterday. Barely registered a double fault, I have to say, as well. And that was a very strong and a very sure-footed opening service game from Craig De Silva, and it's first blood to Surrey in the first match of this men's final.
I think what's going to be interesting in this match is watching the cross-court battles. So in paddle, you tend to have a side that the player prefers to play on, and it's much easier to go cross-court rallying. So it will be Mike against Craig and Gareth against John, and it will be interesting to see who sort of comes out on top in those battles.
Yeah. I think we've had this tournament spread over 2 days. We had some of the group matches were played yesterday. Certainly one of the first matches I saw before we started commentary yesterday when I arrived was Yorkshire's pairing. Certainly John was involved in that one. But anyway, it was one of the first matches I saw. From the word go, I thought Yorkshire looked strong. And
Nice return.
That was a great return. But my goodness, they have played a lot of paddle this weekend of the Yorkshire players. That's really well positioned. That was beautifully played. Tell you what, there was some really good defensive work before that as well from Craig De Silva, just to keep that one alive, and he just span away out of trouble, or found a way to spin himself out of trouble to engineer any return of sorts and just keep that ball alive, and all to no avail in the end. But yeah, good play from Yorkshire as they look to hit back here.
I think we'll be seeing a lot of that as well. John will be trying to build the point, and Mike will be sort of there waiting to finish it. I think that's how they're going to be winning this game, just like that.
There's the first smash by 3 of the match, by the way. That's off the ground, off the wall, and out of bounds. So I think we might see a few more of those coming our way as well. Tom playing the role of ball boy momentarily there as well. Nice reactions from the commentary box. No way to spin himself out of trouble on that occasion. And that's an emphatic response by Yorkshire. Michael Tolman holding serve as Yorkshire hit back straight away, and hitting back very quickly as well. 1 game apiece in the first set. Gareth Nicol on serve now. Got to say as well, even if this one does go, even if this one is a couple of tie breaks, it'll be fast either way. It'll be a really good tempo, really good pace. There'll be no let up whatsoever. That's an excellent serve as well. We had a really good view of that right in front of us. That's off the wall, just.
And of course, there's no out-of-court play in this tournament. We saw there was the smash out by 3 by Mike there. These players all have the ability to run out, but on this one, they won't be able to. Which means that those lobs from the players have to be so good, because if they get the chance to smash it out, they will, and it will be an automatic point win.
I was going to say, was that a rule that was imposed specifically for this tournament, or is it simply a case of not having the room or the runoff
I think
area?
Most tournaments that I know tend to not run out just because the courts don't have the facilities. As you see, this court actually does. It's got the AstroTurf and the padding on the fence. But because not every court in the centre has
to be the same,
it will be unfair.
That was a brilliant piece of manoeuvring by John as well. Just the way he spun himself into position here. Just look at the reactions there, and that ball stayed so low over the net, and Gareth Nicol could do nothing with it. That's early candidate for shot of the match, that one from me. I think we might see a few more.
Yeah, John's so great off the glass. It's the amount of times you think you've won a point against him, and then it just comes back. It's very impressive.
Yeah, that was a stunning moment of the match already, and here we go. Surrey golden point on the Nicol serve. First serve was a fault. Yep, and it's Yorkshire who blink first. It's Surrey who hold on for that golden point and lead by 2-1. Yorkshire had the opportunity there for the early break, but yeah, that was a tense moment. You feel as though these key moments, those golden points, when they come along, they're going to be so pivotal, so instrumental in maybe determining the outcome of this one. But yeah, it is Yorkshire who blinked first on that one. Surrey just about holding it all together. And as I was quite correct, not the only smash by 3 that we'll see over the course of this final. There was another great example, and as you say, no run-off, so point in the bag.
Yeah, it was smart play. They kept just attacking John on that left side corner there, even though his defence is so good. It's quite often a very good tactic to just keep pestering one player, putting the pressure on them until you get that easy shot, which he doesn't miss many of those. So good, smart play on a golden point.
So 3 holes of serve so far. Let's see if John can make it a clean sweep, 4 from 4. Yorkshire serving at 1-2. Just finding those gaps, that was really nicely executed, just spotting that area that he could exploit. But yeah, I think you're right, that left-right combination we saw a good example of it there in that last exchange. Yeah, well played again. That was really well threaded through the gaps, wasn't it, from Michael Tolman. And
again, though, John's play there, he does so well at keeping the ball low, building that point, and then giving Mike the shot to finish it. They do that so well together.
40 love, game point for 2 apiece. Yeah, only so much he could do with that one, and that is a comfortable hold of serve in the end for Yorkshire. Didn't drop a single point on that one. It was a good attempt off the backboard, but from that angle and from that low-lying position, it was always going to be difficult to find a way through, and yeah, it sailed out of bounds. And yeah, 4 holes of serve so far. Serve has been dominant in this early stage, or in these early stages of this particular rubber of the men's final.
Yeah, both teams holding well on serve. With Padel, it's so important to take that net early on. That's why you see they'll be serving and running straight in, because most 80 or 90% of points are won at the net. So that battle for the net is so important. Both players as well, such good volleys and overheads that it's so hard to try and take the net. You have to have such good lobs to be able to take the net when you're receiving. So
may have been a distraction that. Yeah, he's acknowledging the error and the mistake. Not only he went for the ball, missed it, but I think it may have been his line of vision may have been impeded actually by his teammate there. Hard to tell from this angle, but yeah, he did offer his apology straight away. 30-15 on the Surrey serve. Oh, that was a brilliant serve, wasn't it? I mean, what can you do from that position there? Even a player of John Dunseith's calibre just almost made redundant there by that one.
Yeah, it was a good serve. It was a good change of pace actually. He sort of slowed it down a bit, so it really just died off the glass. And again, serving well. And it's rare at this level that you see a lot of returns missed. I mean, taking nothing away from Craig's serves, but the serve different to tennis in Padel. It's not really a chance to win the point from your serve. No. More an opportunity to just take the net and start building on that point. So I think Yorkshire will be a little bit annoyed with that. 2 errors there of return of serve. They'll want to be making most serves.
Yeah. Well, as I said yesterday, it was just the consistency on the serve from Craig De Silva that really caught the eye. Just found those areas time and time again. It was so difficult to break down and to deal with, and it really did it really did stand out in that particular encounter, and it served them well so far this weekend in the men's events as well.
Pardon the pun.
Pardon the pun. Yeah, I thought I'd just leave it hanging there. I'm glad you spotted it, Tom. Great reach.
That's a very good volley.
Well, that's one of those situations, isn't it, where Mike couldn't afford to be drawn towards the middle too much and leave those spaces on the far side, and just had to try and find some sort of position. Great attempt on the dive there from Craig. So I thought I was watching Boris Becker for a moment here. That was just one measure of the commitment. He was losing his footing, but still had the momentum to take him that way. Just had to try and reach out and make the connection.
You'd love to see the commitment. Players will do anything to just win a point.
Well, that's my point of the match so far. Absolutely brilliant stuff. John Dunseith right in front of our eyes here in this far corner, this bottom corner, with a real fast shoe shuffle at one stage. It was lightning fast footwork. You could almost hear the rubber on his shoes burning away underneath his feet there. That was brilliant stuff. 30-15.
That was absolutely excellent defence from John there. But I have to say, that's a good shot. I think Surrey will actually be happy with that point, even though they lost it. I think they're going to be lobbing John quite a bit, because Mike's got such a good overhead. I think that's going to be their best chance to take the net. I think you'll be seeing that deep lob over to the left on John to try and get into the net. So yeah, it looks like they've found their tactic, and I think they'll sort of keep going with that for now. Which in turn begs the question, how will Yorkshire's movement in tandem work out in dealing with that as well? It's how will they counter that with their movement as a tandem, as a pairing? That's sailing. Yep, that's long. Even there, I think you see that's Mike clocking onto that. He sees that they were doing that, so he maybe will try and take a few more of those overheads over onto that left side, which works well. The only thing is, it then opens up all that space on the right. So just keep an eye on that.
Well, guess what? Another hold of serve, 3 apiece, and on we go. Wonderful angle, little touch of slice on that forehand as well, into the corner, using those walls very effectively, taking it behind Gareth Nicol, and then just beyond the reach of Craig De Silva as well. He just threaded that into a beautiful triangle. Oh, brilliant point of the match. That is excellent stuff.
Such quick reactions from Gareth there. I mean, that's very well played. Maybe not the best shot choice from Mike. Gareth already being at the net, that has to be perfect. And Gareth did very well. Oh, lovely return.
Talking of perfect on the responses, that was excellence from Tolman again. Oh, great serve once again. That wicked slice, just deviating enough. It just gave John a little bit of encouragement. He had a half chance, I think, with that one, and he knows it as well, but it was just enough to...
I think it's just that split decision making, whether you take that before the glass or not. I think he was just in two minds.
Yeah, it just lured him into that moment of self-doubt, didn't he?
Yeah, and again, he'll be annoyed with that 15-30. You don't want to be missing returns, but here they have a break point. So important that he makes this return here. Put it in play, put the pressure on Surrey to win the point.
Well,
don't need to do anything special.
Yeah, 6 holes of serve so far, but Surrey in danger here. Will they blink first? Well, they've rescued one of them, but it is the golden point, of course. Now, will they go to the lefty?
I think Mike will be taking most of these returns.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah, well played. Great serve as well. Rescue act there, pulled out of the bag. 2 points. 2 very big points for Gareth Nicol on serve there. Surrey were in a spot of bother. That was the first real inkling of a break of serve, you feel, in what has been a very absorbing, a very engaging, a very high-octane first set. But once again, hold of serve, no way through on the break, and Surrey lead 4-3.
Yeah, that's 2 huge serves from Gareth there, under pressure. He deals with pressure so well. I've seen him play quite a few of these matches, and even when I've played against him, he always keeps such a high level. Even when he's nervous, it doesn't show. It's very impressive, but Yorkshire will be annoyed with that. 2 break points and 2 return misses.
These are the moments that when they come along, they have to be taken. Otherwise, it's a case of what might have been. But yeah, on we go, and
forget about it, move on, and try and hold serve here.
You just feel as though, you know, once as the holes of serve keep ticking over, you know, the pressure will be applied, won't it, on the service games. Nothing you can do about that one. They just kept on targeting that particular channel, didn't they? And once John had moved around the other side onto the forehand, it was perhaps an easier target.
Yeah. I said it early on, but I think that's going to be a big tactic of theirs. Lob John, try and take the net, and then keep pestering and attacking that corner. But his defence is great. You know, it's not an easy task to beat John on that side.
Yeah, John, obviously he's got a devastating backhand, but yeah, suddenly he had to shift onto the forehand side in that corner, and that change of emphasis, I think, just derailed him ever so slightly. But my goodness me, absolutely nothing in this final so far. To say it's living up to billing is an absolute understatement. This is pretty much what we were expecting. Oh, Craig stepping in there. It looked as though it might have been there for Gareth just to play a more orthodox forehand, but yeah, Craig surged in with the backhand, lunging into it. Maybe just a little bit of a rush of blood to the head. But I think Surrey can afford to maybe take chances. They are serving first in this set, so as long as they have the advantage, why not take a few chances on the returns or in the return games?
And again, I think they'll be happy with that, even though Craig missed the volley. It was such a lovely Chiquita. A Chiquita, for those that don't know, it's a shot that you play from the back. You play a low shot to the volleyer's feet, hope that they put the ball up and you come in and finish the volley. So it was the right tactic. He just got a bit excited with the backhand volley there. We've all done it.
Yeah, and that Chiquita, it's just a way of changing the emphasis of a particular point might be going a certain way, might have that rhythm about it, and then suddenly the Chiquita, you just throw it in, that variation, it can just switch things around completely.
Yeah, and it really is hard to deal with when you're at the net. There's not much you can do with it other than put the ball up. And especially, as I said, because there's no run out of court play allowed, I think we're going to be seeing that more than the lobs, just because of that risk of if your lob isn't good enough, the point can be over.
Yeah, that will have I think that will have a big difference. The fact that we don't have the run-off in play in a match featuring 4 players like this, those smash expertise coming into the equation.
A bit of a gift for Yorkshire there. That ball was going out from John,
yeah,
and Craig again got a bit too excited, I think.
But the gift has somewhat been returned there. But anyway,
yeah, and I mean, all these players are so good mentally. You see there, make a bit of a silly error, but they just forget about it, move on, and play a great point. It's so hard to do. I mean, as these John and Mike will tell you, it's not something I do very well.
Oh, don't do yourself a disservice. It's a good match. It's bubbling up to a brilliant crescendo this first set. Oh, what a point that was for Yorkshire. Soft hands from Craig de Silva. Didn't do a great deal wrong, I feel, there. It was the right way to go, but my goodness me, that return, that response from Michael Tolman, using the back wall to full effect and forcing the error. I mean, it might all be in vain. Sorry, 40-30, but it will at least ask the questions. That's it. That seals the deal. And another highly absorbing game, and another real intense workout for both sets of players. And guess what? 9 games in, 9 holes of serve, 5-4 Surrey lead.
Yeah, playing very well. All quite quick points. Again, I sound like a broken record, but because of that out of court play, I think they're really trying to keep the ball low and fast and aggressive, and from that we're seeing, sort of, rather than those longer rallies, quite quick points.
Yeah, both players, or both sets of players, just taking a moment. Yorkshire in conversation, Surrey choosing just to stay as they are, just taking a moment to themselves. Little exchange. Is that one of the Lancashire team coming over? Hard to tell. Anyway, the changeover just about coming to an end, and yeah, as we see now, we have this situation where we've had 9 perfect holds of serve, but Yorkshire, as we reach the climax of this first set, may just start to feel the pressure.
Yeah,
but sometimes, I mean, with players of this calibre, you think, is there any such thing as pressure? I'm not so sure. There's different levels of pressure, certainly, but I think there'll be a certain intensity about this one. 4-5, 4-5 on the Yorkshire serve. That one's off the roof, so that's out.
Big game here, 5-4, trying to hold serve, but yeah, like you said, these players have been in this situation so many times. They do a lot of tournaments, they compete a lot, so they know what these pressure points feel like, and so impressive, the ability to deal with it.
Couldn't have placed that one any better either. That was right on the apex, wasn't it? 30 love on the Tolman serve. Perfect lob from De Silva. Yeah, perfect smash as well. Just that touch of incoming slice as well, wasn't it? That whip on that slightly elevated overhead.
Yeah, the Bahada from Gareth there, he loves that shot.
Would that be classed as a Bahada as well? It looked a little bit uncertain for me, that final one. It was in the air, and then he went flat on that approach. It just looked a little bit, not quite the connection that he wanted. He got away with it, though.
So the Bahada, it's when it's off the back glass.
It's okay, Tom. You just take a moment. I know we're all getting caught up in the moment here.
Just getting emotional.
I'm sure you are. This is a tense time for Yorkshire because it is 30 all. It's 4-5 on serve. Surrey looking to turn the screw here, and that it was just long, so it is Surrey's advantage, Surrey's point, but they can't convert it. And what about this now? 4-5 Yorkshire, golden point. De Silva takes the return. And there is the breakthrough. My goodness me, you could almost sense it was coming. We made the point there'd be 9 holes of serve in this first set, and then comes to the crunch. It came to the climax of that opening set, and wouldn't you just know it, Surrey find a way through, and they steal it from under the noses of Yorkshire, and they take the first set by 6 games to 4. Heartache for Yorkshire, but you just sense maybe that was coming.
Yeah, well, just as I go to get a glass of water, they have the first break. I won't be leaving this seat again.
I would put that down to the prowess of Surrey rather than the misfortune that you're going through right now. But yeah, Tom's momentarily lost for words. But the question now is, will Yorkshire be lost for a response? They need to hit back. They'll be absolutely, well, devastated, I suppose, in many ways that they did lose it in such a fashion, because, yeah, it was all about who was going to blink first, and you just felt that maybe was on the cards. The longer that first set progressed, with all the holes of serve that we've had, it came to the crunch, and yeah, Tolman was broken, and that was it. I mean, we always thought it was going to take something like that, a moment like that, a game like that, to determine the outcome of this match. Clearly, Yorkshire have the credentials to get back into this one, but I think basically we could be watching a final here, or a rubber here that will last, an hour or so, and it will boil down essentially to 4 or 5 points like that.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, Yorkshire have such a good mentality.
It's how that mentality stands up to scrutiny now, and not only that, Yorkshire further setback in some ways. That break of serve for Surrey, the way they converted that set, they also now have the advantage of serving first at the start of this second set as well. So, yeah, timely break in more ways than one, really, because they have the chance to set an early tone or an early marker in this second set as well. 15-all on the De Silva serve. But how good would Yorkshire feel if they were to hit back straight away?
Yeah, important game here.
Yeah, John had to, again, come around onto the forehand side when he was literally with his back to the wall here on this near side, on the left-hand side of the screen. He had to pirouette into a strong position, or as strong a position as possible. And Surrey were on top from the word go in that one as well. Great reaction from De Silva once again. Good cover switching from Yorkshire's perspective. Oh, the defence from Gareth Nicol once again. Absolute credit to him. Not once, not twice, but 3 times there he was asked the question, and he came through with flying colours every single time. 40-30. That's into that great serve down the middle. Just that reduced pace serve, that variation on the serve, just doing enough to knock Yorkshire off balance once again, and Surrey take the opening game of the second set for good measure as well. So, yeah, Yorkshire all of a sudden, 2 games there, either side of the end of the first set. Well, that could prove very telling indeed. Tom, how are you faring up here?
There must be a bug in my throat or something.
Well, Tom is clearly struggling. It's okay, Tom. There's no rush. The pace of this final is highly absorbing. There's plenty to talk about, plenty to get engaged with. I just hope I don't lose my voice in the closing stages of this one as well. Otherwise, we might be in trouble.
Apologise to the viewers.
Who knows? Whoa, we might have to turn. Anyway.
But yeah, I think Surrey just dealing with those pressure points.
Yeah, dealing with them very well indeed. And yeah, Tolman on serve as well, telling perhaps that, yeah, having been broken at the end of the first set, he's serving first at the start of this second set for Yorkshire. And yeah, there we see the shake of the head from Tolman. And he will not want to be the man responsible for those 2 breaks of serve. There was a suggestion of a let there, I've got to say. I thought there was a slight touch on the net. It was fractional. I think if we had a net cord operator in play,
maybe next year
it might have touched. I think there was a touch on that. It was a fast-paced serve, and I'm not surprised nobody else picked up on it. I'm sure there was a little bit of movement on that. Anyway, we carry on. Yorkshire 30-15 to the good on serve here. That's a great serve. Yeah, the placement, such a deviation, wasn't it? All set up there for the big overhead, but it was just played on the soft hands between the legs of Tolman. 30-all. Surrey looking to make their latest move, and they could well make their latest move. Great shot. Absolutely great shot. And yeah, Nicol's frustrated with himself. Maybe felt he could have read it better, maybe could have anticipated better, but my goodness me, Tolman didn't do anything wrong with his line of attack there.
Yeah, I think Mike's going to have to step it up here.
That definitely was a let, by the way. So yeah, first serve incoming for Yorkshire. 40-30. And into the net on the effort, the digging deep effort from Gareth Nicol. Couldn't really have put in any more effort in that one. That's an important service hold for Yorkshire, actually, not just in terms of keeping tabs on Surrey in this second set, but in terms of Tolman as well, who was broken in the closing stages of that first set. Didn't want to be, like I say, in inverted commas, the man responsible for being broken at the start of the second as well.
And this is where having a supportive partner comes in. A few errors from John. Mike stepped it up.
Yeah, it was a nice combination, wasn't it?
egging each other on. It's what you love to see.
Yeah, just beyond the boundaries there as well. Yeah, this is the other thing for Surrey as well. If they can really take charge of their service games, if Yorkshire are having to work hard for theirs, and if Surrey can take control, although they're not taking control of this one as I thought they might do, but yeah, that might be something else they can work with. But that was another good response by Tolman. Again, the positioning was excellent. Just that awareness, that spatial awareness, and also not just the awareness in terms of getting into position, but also knowing where to steer the ball as well. That anticipation of the movement of what's going on around him. The peripheral vision at times has been absolutely exemplary from both parties here.
Yeah, all these players, such good readers of the game.
Nice hold of serve though for Surrey, and they lead in this second set by 2-1. We might try and get an update from next door as well in due course. I'm just trying to read the body language of the players next door in the other rubber of this final. But yeah, it's close, this one, there's no doubt about it. Surrey have that first set, but we always anticipated it was going to be a match that would go deep, that this one would be settled either by a champions tiebreak or it would be two very close sets. And yeah, Tom certainly nailed his colours to the mast in his prediction. I wasn't so sure.
Yeah, I don't know the score in the other, but Yorkshire look like their heads are down a bit, so...
Yeah, read into that what you will. Yeah, Surrey look as though they do have their tails up in that one. They do look the more upbeat of the two teams. Surrey here out on court quickly ahead of this resumption of play. Fourth game of the second set. Remember the first break of serve came in the 10th and final game of the opener. 3 holes of serve so far in this one. We talk about fine margins, but this is the, I suppose, the embodiment of a fine margins encounter. Yorkshire back on court, and it will be John Dunseith to take on the serving mantle in this all-important fourth game of the second set. That's, yeah, there was just a bit of hesitation there. I think that was their undoing, because there was a call of you and then it was taken anyway, and I think that call may have just proved a little bit of a hindrance, and it might just have delayed the reaction time.
And that's where Yorkshire need to find a way. You know, down the middle, it was working well there. The Surrey players seemed a bit unsure who was getting it, so use that.
Yeah, well used, well watched, and yeah, touched the net, but long after the ball had gone. Did well to put the brakes on, and that one was never going to come back, and Surrey on the scoreboard in this fourth game.
It's a brilliant shot.
I'm not quite sure if you have the insight on this, or indeed if you want to be dragged into any elongated sentences right now, Tom, but I was having a chat earlier on with one of the Cheshire team who knows Tolman quite well, and apparently Tolman has described himself as a self-styled world number one, is how he often introduces him. I say often, or has introduced himself on occasion. That's I think there might be a slight element of tongue-in-cheek about that, but
Interesting. I've not heard that one before. No, I mean he's
clearly a talented player, but yeah,
he's a very good player. I mean, he knows he's good, but it's a humble arrogance, I'd say.
I would say so as well. It's just one of those things. I think, yeah, one of the Cheshire players cottoned onto the fact that I was in a position to impart a bit of information. Clearly wanted me to go down the road of just having a bit of a sly dig, all in good nature, of course.
That makes sense from what I know of him. A strong tennis player as well, has his background, so he's...
Well, that was interesting there, because there was a return from Tolman, and it went under the racket of De Silva, and De Silva said he was distracted by the fact that he thought a ball was coming over from next door. It didn't. No let was played. By the way, talking of balls coming back, this is another one that's going to have to be retrieved. That one has been sent over. Surrey looking good on serve here, by the way, 40-15. And no surprise that it is De Silva on strike once again. He's once again put in another really effective service game. Although I say that, there are just one or two lights at the end of the tunnel here for the Yorkshire pairing.
Yeah, they need to make the most of these unforced errors from Surrey as well.
Just a little bit carried away maybe, and he knows it was an opportunity as well. Really could have applied some significant pressure there.
Well, it would have given him break point, and
who knows where that might have taken them. But yeah, this is the thing. Surrey seem to be in a position where they have the advantage, but pretty much from the word go, they've just been experts at just about doing enough. Even when they've been asked the big question, there are always going to be asked questions in this one, but when they've been asked the really significant questions, they have always just seemed to pull out the ace from under the sleeve and play the right cards at the right time. That's been the way forward for them pretty much all weekend. I mean, as the group stage was a procession, as I said, and you know they needed to pull out a few stops in the semi-final against the Channel Islands, but today I think they've really done a very good job of managing the situations effectively, taken hold of those situations where they have been put under pressure and played the right shots at the right time when they've had to.
yeah, and Yorkshire just haven't quite been able to make it the dent in Surrey's serve that they would like. I think again a few too many misreturns, and it just makes that holding your serve just easier. You know, if you're holding your serve really quickly and then making the games on return a lot longer, it just adds to that pressure.
Yeah. And I have to say, I said it earlier as well, but the fact that they served first in the first set and they got the break in the last game or the 10th game, as it was the last game of the first set, meant they served first at the start of the second set. I think that's going to count for a lot, you know. This match could ultimately be determined by the spin of the racket at the start of proceedings.
Yeah.
Not the sole factor, of course, but yeah, just one of those little quirks that could have gone the other way.
No, I definitely think there's something in that. But this game is far from over, and Mike seems to have found another level here.
Yeah, well, he needs this, yeah, certainly, just to... all well and good holding serve, as he did earlier on in this set, but yeah, to hold to love would be gold dust right now. That was just long. Second serve incoming. No mistakes with the second serve, and no mistakes either with the follow-up either. And that is a very reassuring and a very welcome hold to love for Yorkshire and for Michael Tolman in particular as well. And on we go, 3 games apiece, all on serve, mirror image almost of the first set.
That's a big statement from Mike there. That's an excellent service game, and it just adds to that pressure. Surrey going to be thinking. And we have had news from the other match that Surrey are 1 set up, 4-1 up.
Yeah, we could tell by the body language, couldn't we, earlier on, that things weren't going the way of the White Rose County, and so it is proving to be the case.
Again, it's another one. It's a cheap point there. Yorkshire really need to make these returns.
Oh.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, just that level of uncertainty that he just injected there. The use of those walls was just so effective, and the application that he put on the ball initially.
Rouleau is one of Gareth's absolute favourite shots.
So would I be allowed to ask you to talk us through that one quickly? Do you have the?
I can't seem to string more than
the
3 words
vocabulary.
together, but you can try.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of these terms that we've heard this weekend stemming from Spanish. So we have the Chiquita that you mentioned, the Bajada that you mentioned, and the latest example just there?
The rulo, yeah. So it tends to be, so the player on the left, if it's coming over their left shoulder as an overhead, it's sort of a soft top spin shot. I mean, it can be hard into ideally the cage. And it just means that you don't know where that ball's going to go off the cage. It's such an effective shot, and you can be quite consistent with it, so the sort of margin for error is quite low. It's a really effective shot to play, and Gareth plays it so well. However, having said that, he also does have a big smash, and he can kick it out. So he can, your opponent, you don't know what's coming. If they can hit all of them, it's so hard to predict and read what's coming. So, yeah, he's a good player.
Well, change of ends comes to a completion, and Yorkshire return once again. They're in the position, a very familiar position they find themselves in, of chasing the game in this second set, as they did for the entirety of the first set as well. John Dunseith back on strike on serve, serving at 3-4, and this would be, well, the perfect time for Surrey to make their move. If they get the break here, it would leave them serving for the match, and potentially as well serving for the tie as a whole, and serving for the championship because of events elsewhere and what's happening on court too. But let's just see what happens, how this one pans out.
Shot. Yeah, again, another quick service game from Gareth. It just automatically puts that pressure straight back onto Yorkshire. See what they can do here.
Oh, wow, that was stunning from Dunseith, and little wonder Michael Tolman comes over and congratulates his partner for that one. That was just lightning fast reactions, real instinctive, impulsive paddle play from the Yorkshire pair.
Yeah, not too sure how much John knew about that one, but I'll give him the credit there. Great hands.
Well, I for one will give him a lot of credit for that one. I think he did all he could do, certainly. Like I say, I think very reliant on instincts in that one, but the instincts sometimes pay off, and I think sometimes, you can boil it down to who are the most instinctive players. It sometimes is a great facet to have.
Yeah, it's a good hold, and this would be such a great opportunity to break here.
But it's De Silva on serve, who has been, well, imperious on serve pretty much all the way through this weekend, whether in men's play or mixed play. Ooh.
Oh, that's unlucky. It's a good adjustment from John there to get back up on his feet after falling.
Brilliant stuff, yeah. Lost his feet, but didn't lose his head there, did he? Just stayed focused, knew exactly what he wanted to do and what he had to do.
That's too good.
Yeah, Craig De Silva once again seems to be taking care of business on serve.
I think one of the biggest factors of this match, it seems like when returning, Yorkshire aren't too sure what to do. They don't have a clear plan or strategy. And, credit to the Surrey players that they're not really giving them that opportunity to find any cracks or weaknesses. But Surrey seem to sort of have a plan. They know what they're doing. They're sticking to their tactics. And I think Yorkshire just need to try and find something that's working on return of serve.
Do notice as well, if Craig has a couple of points in a cushion, you just sense the risk approach changes completely. Even on the second serve, he's still willing, or as willing, to go for those high tariff service areas. Well played. Again, just waited, didn't he? Out of the corner of his eye, you could see Tolman moving, and he felt he had the time there just to assess what was going on in front of him. And he just had you could just sense he just had a quick look in front of him just to see what Tolman was doing. Second guessed him so well, and just played it behind him the other way with that touch of slice for good measure as well.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Great patience as well.
Yeah, just a little bit soft in the end, wasn't it, from Tolman? And, well, Surrey moving into position once again, more than a few shades of the first set in this one. They led 5-4 in the opener, got the break in the all-important 10th game, and you know what? It could well happen again. Yorkshire serving to stay in the match shortly at 4-5.
But I mean, you know, sorry, we'll be thinking Mike's last service game was very strong. Mike will be happy with that. He'll be happy that he's the one serving to stay in the match. This game could still be far from over.
Oh yeah, I'm not doubting that for 1 second, but it would be somewhat, not ironic, but certainly a big coincidence if it were to happen again. But yeah, I think it's the sort of final that perhaps warrants a champion's tiebreak, or certainly a rubber that warrants a champion's tiebreak. And maybe it is the sort of final that warrants a shootout as well, but Surrey may have other ideas.
And that's good. That's what I want to say. I want to make sure that, you know, Yorkshire at least make Surrey win it rather than lose it.
Yeah. Don't want to see a string of unforced errors now to decide this portion of the title or this portion of the final. That's just long, or just wide, I should say. Close. They're just having a second look at that, but yeah, I think they acknowledge it was wide. You could just tell by the way it bounced, actually, it was wide.
Yeah, definitely out. You know, they're all very fair players. Oh, it's brilliant from John.
Excellent. Just relentless, wasn't it? Just targeting those areas on such a consistent basis, and he had lots to do in the course of that one, did John Dunseith, but he came through with flying colours once again. Mike played his part as well. Oh, that's really good play. There's a classic example of, you might half expect a player to try and just Hail Mary that one out of the court, but didn't need to, just had to steer that one down the middle with the soft hands, and it's just as effective.
That's interesting there. It looks like Surrey just got a bit too excited. They saw the finish line, started going for some more shots that they've not gone for, and just made a couple of errors. Yorkshire right back in this.
5 games all. Perfect start to Surrey to this 11th game. Gareth Nicol on serve. Nice settler for him. Yeah, now.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That is a tough one to watch.
Yeah,
nothing meant by it, but
no malice intended there, but just one of those things. Yeah,
especially when a shot's going miles out, ends up hitting you, can't get out of the way. That's such a pivotal point in the match.
30 love. Oh, there was a little bit of extras in that one, wasn't there? And just a little bit of a touch of venom maybe behind it, but into the net it goes. And yeah, Surrey, you could argue, have been gifted a point there.
I think it's more just frustration there. Rarely see that. It's understandable, but it's...
That one's out as well, and maybe there was just a little something behind that one as well. It was not a fraught game, but yeah, there was just maybe a little bit of an added, or maybe a side story to it, let's say. But Surrey come through again, and 11 games played, 11 holes of serve, and Yorkshire once again need to find a way back into this one. 5-6.
And you see it quite regularly. It happens. It's so easy to get frustrated, especially when you're not maybe seeing as much as the ball as you'd like. Your opponent's getting a lot of the shots. When you do get that opportunity, you want to jump in and try and finish the point, but it's not always the smartest play.
Yeah, that's where patience really can be a virtue. But yeah, this would be hard to take if Yorkshire were to fluff their lines from this position. But yeah, John's on serve, so let's see how it all pans out.
It'll be interesting to see how Surrey play this one. I mean, that last game, when they were returning. You know, they rushed the points a bit. They tried to finish it off, saw the finish line. If I were them here, I would just be very patient. You know, make Yorkshire play, put the pressure on them.
I would also be inclined to think they might take 1 or 2 chances, especially now. Okay, it's Love 15, so maybe if they get a little bit of a cushion, certainly from Love 30, they might just take an extra risk or 2.
Potentially, but it's risky, you know. There's again
Not that sort of risk, you know.
He's rushing for it. He sees an opportunity to finish the point and goes for it.
There was an opportunity there. Just had to, just be a little bit more reserved, I think.
That's brilliant. You know, all the pressure's on Yorkshire here. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to sit here and say what to do. There's no way I'd be doing this in an actual match, but these are smart players. I think Gareth will be annoyed with that miss.
Yeah, definitely, because that would have been for Love 30 as well, and that would have been telling. Oh, that is brilliant from Yorkshire, brilliant as well from John Dunseith. And again, he had very little time to think about that one, and he placed it absolutely perfectly. It was rather direct at Gareth Nicol, who didn't have too much time to make the adjustments, and he was forced into that one. But yeah, great reactions once again.
Yeah, well played, John. And I think that point before, it stemmed from Gareth maybe putting a bit too much on the volley. You know, again, it was a nice height above the net. He could have played that slow into the glass, and on any other point that I don't think he'd have chosen to hit that shot, but he hit it hard, it bounced back nicely, and John could put it away. Great hold there from Yorkshire.
Yeah, great hold. I said at the start of this match that we might be in for a tie-break or 2.
That's well played.
So play has finished over on court 2, so Surrey coming through that one. Oh, not too far away.
Just enough from that one, Mike.
So Surrey 1 rubber in the bag, which means if they win this one, then that is the title, and Yorkshire's dream of a clean sweep will be over. Went close last year to 1. Oh,
brilliant hands. Maybe not the smartest shot from John there. Gave Surrey the chance to attack, but Mike just read it so well.
Yeah, he did. He sort of held a really good position there, just held that fine line, didn't he, to give him the option if he needed to go down the middle, and obviously give himself the plan B if he had to go out wide as well. In the end, as you say, I think it was a kinder, or it could have been a lot tougher for him. Now that's the problem. Tolman came over, and it left that side of the court somewhat exposed, didn't it?
Yeah.
2 on 2 stranded, and the wide open spaces were somewhat exploited there by Surrey.
Yeah, he'll know that. John was there. Oh, well played.
Well, he was still bouncing back off the glass. I think it was still reverberating in front of him, and I think he was still trying to regain his composure and to some extent his balance, and that's maybe why the error was forthcoming. But yeah, Yorkshire just slowly taking control of this tiebreak.
Yeah, they've got the mini break.
That was mightily close.
Oh, it's so unlucky. Smart play from Surrey though, sensible.
Yeah, well watched as well, but yeah, it was. I mean, it was called no, wasn't it? It was a great call, I've got to say, because there was still a lot of uncertainty, but Gareth knew exactly where that was going. But it was, my goodness me, it was a millimetres away from being a good connection.
Yeah, I mean, when it's close like that, it's always the best decision to leave it, because even if it's in,
yeah, you've still got the chance to recover. Yeah, clearly. 3 points all.
That's
he
such
knows.
Good defence from John. Such good hands there. I mean, so many times I thought that they were out of that point and he got them back in it.
Yeah. And he was just trying to find that more acute angle on those overheads in that cross-court approach, wasn't he? Just trying to just drag John away from that position where he was defending so well, bring him forward a little bit and take him out wide a bit more as well at the same time. But yeah, back on serve, 3-4, Surrey. De Silva serving. Yeah, Tolman got something on that, but it carried along.
That's a good change up from Gareth there, actually. You know, he's been hitting controlled, sort of slow shots and changing up like that. I think it took Yorkshire by surprise.
Great serve once again. I mean, I've lost count of the number of times that De Silva seems to have found that if you put a teacup, the rim of a teacup in that bottom apex of the service box, he's just found that so many times this weekend.
Well played, John. But yeah, I mean, I really do think that's been one of the biggest difference. I haven't seen many missed returns from Surrey at all. And there's just been a few too many from Yorkshire. Again, not taking anything away from the serving of Surrey. It's been brilliant. But I think they'll be a little bit annoyed with themselves.
5-5. On we go. I mean, this tiebreak has mirrored the second set. Nothing doing at all in terms of
make sure that they get this back in play. Set point pressure is all on Surrey here. Just make them play.
Didn't make them play on that occasion. And at the changeover, we are locked together at 6 points all in the tiebreak in this second set.
I feel like I cursed that the amount I've been going on about their return of serve, but they're on set point.
Yeah, I think in terms of the bigger picture, that still applies, Tom. There's no doubt about that. I mean, yeah, you may have cursed it there, but I think it holds up over the course of this match, certainly, and over the course of the tournament as well.
But they need to forget about it here. I mean, John's got a great mentality.
Oh, he was just leaning back a little bit too much and he could only find the tape. And yeah, Surrey have come through with 2 holes of serve, but my goodness me, only just. Yorkshire 6-7.
That's a good serve from John there.
Good strong shout as well from Tolman. That's what you need sometimes. That was an obvious one, but still you need that reassurance, don't you? Especially at the juncture like this.
Good volley.
Interesting that De Silva just repeatedly targeted this channel down the line, and then when John played the cross-quarter towards the net, Gareth was there, and inevitably, yeah, the gaps down the middle started to open up. Oh. Well, that is it. They have found the 2-point cushion that they needed in this second set tiebreak. A stunning way to finish things off. Surrey take this rubber, and having taken the one on court 2, it means they have wrapped this final up by 2 rubbers without reply. A tremendous final, a tremendous performance by Surrey. Once again, no clean sweep for Yorkshire, as was the case 12 months ago. The men's doubles title goes to Surrey. Yorkshire falling short in that second set tiebreak in what was a stunning final, 6-4, 7-6. Tom, a quick word from you, if you can summon the words of encouragement and somewhat disappointment from a Yorkshire perspective.
I'll do my best. Apologies, my not been able to speak in that whole second set, but I think that was a brilliant way to end it. I mean, it's nice to be ended on a great shot like that rather than an error. I think Surrey, yeah, they knew, they came in with a game plan. They executed it well. I think it was a great match. I think Yorkshire will be a little bit disappointed with the way they played, but take nothing away from them. I mean, excellent players, and it really could have been anyone's game. So well done to Surrey. A well-deserved win and a great tournament.
Yep, ultimately one break of serve in the first set settled the opener. It came in the 10th and final game of the opening set as well. There was just no way through at all in terms of breaks of serve in the second, and even the tie-break went the distance as well. And of course it needed a 2-point cushion to settle it in the end, and Surrey, with that moment of magic right at the death, able to summon up the opportunity that they needed, that they craved, and they certainly exploited it to good effect. So Yorkshire, no clean sweep for them. Surrey take the men's title. They win it 6-4, 7-6.